This is a matter of Dentel versus Dental. Mr. Kirkpatrick is here on behalf of the plaintiff, Mr. Fallahy on behalf of the defendant, and both of the parties are present. For the record, I will indicate if there are other witnesses in the room with either, they need to leave and they need to be in a place where they cannot hear the testimony and are not trying to watch the live stream. Expect full compliance with that. Counsel, anything preliminary, or do either of you wish to make some kind of an opening statement?
Your Honor, I don't wish to make an opening statement. I think we can get what we need through the proofs.
Your Honor, I would agree. I'd waive an opening statement as well. I had emailed to your staff and to Mr. Kirkpatrick a minute ago just a couple of exhibits I plan to admit. I don't know if there'd be a stipulation by Mr. Kirkpatrick. That might save us a little bit of time if possible, but if not, I understand.
I do have the exhibits.
Your Honor, I looked at them. There are a couple of photographs and it looks like a handwritten note, and I would have no objection to the admission of those documents or those exhibits.
All right, they are marked as a single exhibit. I'm sorry. There's an exhibit A with photographs and exhibit B is the note. I'll have Shannon mark these, and based on the stipulation, exhibits A and B are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Your Honor, I would call my client, Miss Dentel.
Ms. Dental, would you raise your right hand, please? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You put your hand down, just state your full name for the record, please.
Emily Beth Dentel.
Go ahead, Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Miss Dentel, you're familiar with a Brian Dentel, correct?
Yes.
And who is Brian Dentel?
My ex-husband.
And then the two of you were divorced on March 12th of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was here in the county of Jackson before the Honorable Judge LaFlamme, correct?
It was.
When were the two of you married?
March 2009.
And when you were married in March of 2009, where were you residing at?
Oklahoma.
Were you married in the state of Oklahoma?
We were.
And how long did you reside in the state of Oklahoma before you moved to Michigan?
6 years. We moved in 2015.
Okay, so from 2009, the year that you were married, until 2015, you had resided in the state of Oklahoma. Is that correct?
Yes.
You have two minor children.
Yes.
Are they biological children or adopted children?
They're both adopted.
And could you, one of them is Lacey, correct?
Yes.
And when's her birthday?
June 17th, 2012.
And then the other child is Wesley, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And when's his birthday?
March 29th, 2013.
And when were these children adopted, if you recall?
They both finalized about 2 years after we got custody of them. So Lacey, we finalized in 2014, and Wesley we finalized in 2015.
Were both of those adoptions, did they both occur in Oklahoma?
They did.
And were they both through the Oklahoma courts?
They were.
So there came a point in time after your marriage that you and Mr. Dentel decided to move to the state of Michigan. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I think you testified a minute ago that was 2015.
It was.
And what was the reason why the two of you moved to the state of Michigan?
He got a job in Michigan that was in the field of the study, non-destructive testing. That was better pay than what he was making there. It was an improvement in our financial situation, and his family lives up here, so we would still be close to family. I understood that he had a supportive family, that they did a lot together, which to some degree they do. And yeah, so that was it.
Okay. What extended family does he have here in the state of Michigan?
here. He has his parents. His sister lives here with her family. He's got some aunts and uncles, cousins.
Okay. So when you moved here in 2015, you were under the assumption that you were going to have a strong family unit based upon his side of the family. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes.
The job that he had received, did he keep that job?
He did not.
How long did he have that job after you moved here in 2015?
I think 2 months.
Did he get another job shortly thereafter?
He did. He got a job at a wood mill shortly after. In fact, I didn't realize he was applying for it. He just stopped and visited with them and came home and had a different job one day.
So was the pay for that new job better or worse than what you had initially moved to Michigan for?
It was less.
Was it considerably less?
Yes.
Okay. So from you moved here in 2015. Both of the kids go to school here in Jackson?
Yes.
And where do they go to school at?
Wesley's at Lyle Torrent in Jackson County, and Lacey's at Grass Lake, where I teach.
Okay. And what grade is Lacey in?
Lacey is in 3rd grade.
And then what grade is Wesley in?
He's in an autistic classroom, and if he was in a grade, it would be 2nd.
Okay. So, and you're a school teacher.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay. And you work for the Grass Lake School District?
I do.
Okay. You talked about Wesley for a minute. Is Wesley a special needs child?
Wesley is special needs. He's nonverbal autistic. We got him tested a few years ago so that we could make sure he had the right support system that he needs.
Okay. So you stated before that he's in a special class. Is that at Grass Lake? You said Torrent, I'm sorry.
It's at Torrent. It's in the county. It's in the ISD. So it's not necessarily Grass Lake. It's for all of Jackson County.
And is that predominantly for children with learning disabilities or autism?
Yes, it's not, and not just learning disabilities. It's children with autism or other special needs. Most kids with just regular learning disabilities stay in their schools.
Okay. So this is specifically for autism and individuals or children that are nonverbal. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you mean nonverbal, what do you mean by nonverbal?
He doesn't have any verbal vocabulary. He makes noises and he can speak, but he doesn't speak. He had out a vocabulary of 20 words at about 15 to 18 months. He didn't continue using those words. So to communicate with him is a nonverbal situation. You have to pay attention to his gestures, to his wants. He's got a communication board that he uses to communicate, but he doesn't speak words.
Does he have any other diagnosed mental issues or learning issues other than the autism?
No, that's all that he's got currently.
Okay. Does he treat for that? Does he go to therapy? Does he see doctors? Anything along those lines?
He was in therapy, but it was too much. There's not a therapy close to where we live or where I work. It was in Jackson, and that was before we were divorced. Brian would take him to therapy, and then it was also before he started school. When he started school, they offer OT, PT, speech. They offer all of those therapies in school, so we didn't feel the need to continue the outside therapy as well.
Okay. During the time that the two of you were married, who predominantly took care of the medical, dental needs of the minor children?
I schedule everything. Brian did help in taking them to some things, but that's predominantly my job. I've always scheduled their appointments, kept track of when they were, made sure that they got their medications if they had any.
The two of you divorced again, that was March 12th of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
But March 12th of 2020, when the two of you separated, or actually strike that, the two of you separated prior to the entry of the judgment of divorce.
Yes.
Do you recall about when the two of you separated?
August of 2019.
So from August of 2019 to present, who has been the primary provider for the minor children as it pertains to the treatment of specifically Wesley?
Me.
Who has set up the appointments for Wesley?
I have. I make sure he has therapeutic items in the house. So he has a chew. He chews a lot. I make sure and have those. He's got a weighted vest that I've purchased so that he has all of his therapy items in the house. I communicate with the teachers. Me.
To your knowledge, does Mr. Dentel, and I'm talking specifically from the date that the two of you separated in October of 2019 to present, has Mr. Dentel been involved with the schools?
He was last year. He was. This year, he kept saying he wasn't getting emails. Apparently, somehow they got an email for him that he never checks. So he wasn't getting much communication from them. He wasn't checking to make sure that they were communicating with him.
So over the last year, how much involvement did he have with the children's schooling, both Lacey and Wesley, if you could explain to the court?
Well, I also was doing their virtual learning and their homework with them. Wesley was virtual for, oh goodness, most of October, all of November, and all of December. So I had the person that I was paying to watch him while I was at work was making sure that he was doing his paperwork and homework at school or at home some. We sure didn't do as much as they would send, but we did as much as we could. I made sure to get him on his virtual classes when I was at home, which were Wednesdays. We were virtual Wednesday, so they had virtual meetings every Wednesday.
You talked about that you were working during this time period as well?
Yeah. Yes.
And you talked about having to hire or pay somebody to assist you with, was it just with Wesley or both of them?
Some of both, but mostly with Wesley.
And did you ask Mr. Dentel for support with that?
I did. So before school started in August, we knew that it was not going to be a normal year. We got word that Wesley would only be in school 2 days a week, and I was to be in school face-to-face 4 days a week. We were all home virtual on Wednesday. So in early August, before school started, I started asking Brian if he could talk to his family maybe about somebody helping out with watching Wesley. I asked what we were going to do. I said I was really nervous about how this year was going to go because I didn't know. At that point, we had no idea about work, how I would take days off, if Wesley needed somebody to watch him. I don't have extended family here. I wasn't sure until about a week and a half before school started if we would even have somebody to watch Wesley. Yeah.
So over this past year, how much help has Mr. Dentel given you in assisting with schooling or assisting with taking care of Wesley or Lacey during the week when you had to work?
So in the year total, he's given me a total of $600. He gave me $200 every single time after I called and pretty much begged that we needed money because I couldn't afford to keep paying a sitter. And he has watched the kids, watched Wesley 2 school days that he was virtual.
I'm sorry, you broke up on the number of days.
2.
So out of this entire school year, he's actually helped you out on 2 separate occasions regarding virtual school?
Mm-hmm. It was Thursday and a Friday. No, it was a Monday and a Tuesday because it was right before my surgery.
Okay. So, but other than that, you've had no assistance from Mr. Dentel regarding the virtual schooling or any schooling issues?
No.
And how much were you having to pay for assistance? And Your Honor, I'm not asking for money here, just so the court's aware. I'm just kind of getting into what assistance may or may not have been done. What were you actually having to pay for Wesley to be watched on average?
So I paid $90 a day because she was here. So the person that I had babysit just finished nursing school this summer, and I wanted her to not go to nursing school and to continue to take time off for Wesley. I paid $90 a day. No, $80 a day. I'm sorry. I paid $80 a day for her to watch him. It started out as just being 2 days a week, which was not fun, but I could make that work. But as the year went on, again, most of October, all of November and December, he was home 5 days a week. I was home Wednesdays, so I just had her on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but there were some Wednesdays that I had to be at work as well for professional development or just so I could catch up on grading because I was behind with just everything. And so occasionally she would watch both of them on Wednesday.
So she was watching them about 4 days a week?
Wesley, yes.
At $80 a day?
Yeah.
And over this time period, you've received $600 help from Mr. Dentel?
Yes.
Was he aware that you were struggling maintaining your employment and Wesley's need for virtual schooling?
Yes, I would call and ask him for help. I called crying. I've cried in front of him several times over the last year. And even before school started, I was really nervous about how this was going to work because they were saying that we would have to use all of our sick days if we were going to stay home with the kids, which I've had to use several sick days. Even since Christmas, I don't have a sitter like I did before because she got a job. She doesn't start for another couple of weeks, but she's got things to take care of before that starts. And the kids have been sent virtual. Wesley's been twice. He had 3 full days right after spring break and then 1 day last week on Monday. Lacey was sent virtual for a week. And I asked him if he knew about that, and his response was yes, but not once in those 3 instances did he ask me what the plan was. Did he ask me if I needed help? Did he offer any help? And so, yeah, it's been a difficult year, and I've asked him a lot for assistance that I.
Do you have any extended family here in Michigan?
No, I do not.
Do you have any family members whatsoever that live in the state of Michigan?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No.
Your family, the majority of your extended family is in Oklahoma?
They are.
And again, that's where the 2 of you met and married?
Yes.
And so regarding Mr. Dentel's family, have they reached out to try and assist you at all over this past year?
No. In fact, before school started, I asked him, his sister homeschools, and I asked if maybe she could watch Wesley 1 day a week at all. It took him 2 weeks to finally call her and ask her. The answer was no, which is what it is. But no, they've reached out to Lacey to talk to Lacey, but they haven't asked if I need any help. They haven't asked if how we're doing. Nothing.
Since the separation in October of 2019, how often that you know of has the extended family been involved with the minor children?
That I know of, before COVID, I think that they were there. So Brian was living with his parents at the family farm, and his sister would go and spend time there. So I'm sure that they saw each other at least 1 weekend a month. I know they don't always end up being there the same time our kids are there. But since COVID hit, they haven't done as much. Brian was living with his parents, so the kids would see their grandparents, except that they decided that the kids needed to not come over for a while. And I know that his siblings, he's got a brother that lives in Arizona, that his siblings were discouraging him from having the kids at his parents' house. We were totally quarantined, They'd even spent spring break at his parents' house, and then they said the kids couldn't come over for 2 weeks after that.
Okay.
So there has not been as much interaction since then. I know since the weather's gotten nice that the kids do stuff outside. But although his parents are vaccinated, as he's told me, the kids are still not allowed into their house. So they stay outside or in his trailer where he's living.
So he's living in a trailer. He lives in a trailer at his parents' home.
Yep. He was living with his parents when school started. Our kids were no longer allowed to come over because they were sort of in school. Didn't last long for Wesley, but I understand that. So Brian would come over here for visits, and I would let him stay here to visit, or he'd take them to the park in town. I also understand from him that he wasn't telling his family that he was coming over because he wasn't supposed to be around them, but because of the virus, I'm not sure about that. But he got a trailer in October. I believe it was in late September, October, but the kids couldn't stay in it. It didn't have running water at first. When it did have running water and they were staying there, the toilet wasn't quite working. And so they would have to go into grandparents' house to use the bathroom. And since then, since everything is working and fixed, I'm under the impression that the kids aren't going into grandparents' house at all, that they see the cousins and they see grandparents outside some, but not to the extent that it was before.
Okay. Pursuant to the judgment of divorce on March 12th of 2020, what parenting time was Mr. Dentel afforded as a result of that judgment of divorce?
He got every other weekend and 1 visit day a week. That changes based on who's got the weekend. If it's my weekend, he gets Monday. If it's his weekend, he gets the next Wednesday. And then he insisted on 5 weeks over the summer.
Well, is your order 5 weeks, or is it every other week on, week off in the summer?
I think it's 5 weeks.
Your Honor, if I may just look at the judgment real quick. Ms. Dentel, if I were to tell you that the judgment of divorce says that the parties have week on, week off in the summertime, did you have any reason to dispute that?
Actually, I would, because he insisted on 5 weeks. Because that was the amount of time that he would have vacation from his work. So that's why I said 5 weeks. I'm pretty sure it was 5. Week on and week off might be 5 weeks though.
Okay.
Summer's not quite as long as it used to be.
So, Your Honor, I would just ask the court to take judicial notice of the file regarding the judgment of divorce. I believe on page 8 of the divorce, on the paragraph, the parties shall exercise parenting time week on, week off during the entire summer.
I will
that what it
take
says?
judicial notice of the entire file.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Dentel, let's talk about the parenting time regarding the summertime. And I know you have summer under your belt because you just got divorced last year, but did Mr. Dentel exercise his parenting time week on, week off last summer?
No, because he said he was out of vacation time. He had the kids for spring break last year. He didn't have enough time to do that. And so we discussed the possibility of him having extended weekends, which was the plan. So he put in for days at work, but it didn't. He says that they messed up the days at work, but he was never able to get the days off or his vacation listed from them. But it didn't work. I had to reschedule things all the time. And because we were put on quarantine from them, there would be weeks that he wouldn't be able to take them. we did go visit my parents in mid-July, so they were home with me for 2 weeks, and then he had them for a week, almost a week, right before school started, but he did not have every other week.
So the week, he had him a week before school started. Other than that, was he doing every other weekend, or what was he doing as far as parenting time was concerned through the summer?
It was most weekends, and some of them were extended, but so, and I could get my calendar because it's crazy and marked up. We had planned that every other weekend he would pick them up Thursday and have them Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and sometimes he would have them Monday. But because of how either the days were put in from his work or they interpreted that and he was never able to figure that out, it ended up not working that way. So I would say no, because there were weeks that he didn't take them at all no, he didn't have them.
Okay.
I can't, yeah.
The move that you're asking the court to allow for you to do, where is that going to be to?
To Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And is that where the two of you resided prior to moving to Michigan in 2015?
Yes, it is.
And who resides in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
My parents, my aunts and uncles, a huge extended group of friends that I have friends here, but there we had a home. We were members of a church. We never managed to find a church here that we both agreed on. And then I just didn't do it with COVID going.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nope. So I participate with the home church still in Tulsa virtually because they've been posting all their services for the last year. I'm still in touch with my friends back there. So I have a larger support group to help with when things need done, like childcare, or we'll be staying with my parents to begin with. The house next door to them, the owner has said that she would be interested in selling to me without going through a realtor and without putting it fully on the market. So we would be able to live right next door to my parents. You'd suggested I look a little bit closer into looking at a job, and I have
we'll get to all that. Let me just.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll get to all that. I promise.
Okay.
So your parents reside in Tulsa, and there's a home that is for sale next door to them.
Yes.
Is that a home that's in your price range, something you'd be able to afford?
It should be, yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms is it? How many baths is it?
It's 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms.
And is it right next door to your parents?
It is.
And have you did you talk to your parents about wanting to make this move?
Yes.
Did you talk to them about maybe needing help with daycare or those kinds of things while you're working and the children are in school?
Yes, I did. And they're willing to.
Was there any? Okay. Do they have some medical issues though? Does one of your parents have some medical issues?
Yes. My dad's got medical issues.
Okay.
He had a stroke a few years ago and he's doing better, but he's not what he was beforehand. His back is bothering him. There's a list of things that happen when you get to be 78, I think that.
Do you think?
But when we go visit, he participates with the kids. He plays games with Lacey. He was teaching her Chinese checkers when we were there for spring break.
Okay. And what about your mother?
Mom is okay. She has she's got a few other issues. She also thinks that she might have had a mini stroke recently, but they don't have any. Everything on her medical scans looks fine and she's doing better.
Do the children have a close relationship with your mother and father?
They do. We Zoom, we FaceTime. I got them a portal for Christmas. And so we do that so kids can see them on the TV and they can see us on the TV. Sometimes there are technical difficulties when we start, but we all manage to work out. Wesley will walk through the room and stop and pay attention or look at them. He'll go kiss the camera. When we're there, he recognizes them and knows who they are and participates with them.
Okay. You testify that you're a school teacher at Grass Lake. Did you look at employment opportunities in Oklahoma?
I did.
And what did you find out?
So I was never in doubt that I would be able to find a job. Tulsa Public Schools, where I worked previously, I left on good terms with them. They always need teachers. I contacted a friend on Thursday last week, and she has 2 principals lined up for me to speak to about a position. One of them is in the school that is in the neighborhood that my parents would live in and that I would like to purchase the home in. I finished my application. I got it all submitted. Now it's just waiting for the people who are doing the references to send that in. But she's already exchanged contact information for me with these principals.
Is there a reason why you haven't locked a job into Tulsa at this point?
Because I didn't know if I was going. I didn't, without knowing for sure.
That. So
Hmm?
I wanted the court to hear that there are job opportunities, but obviously until you get permission, you're not going to actually accept an offer. Is that what you're testifying to?
Yes, it's not. Teaching is. It wouldn't be fair for me to take a placement from someone else before I know for sure that I'm moving.
Okay. And you said that one of the schools that you were looking at that you have a chance of getting a job at is actually in the school district that your parents' home and the home that you're looking at purchasing is in?
So it's 2 minutes away as a drive from the house that I'm interested in my parents' home. Patrick Henry is the elementary, and it's just right there where they live. This town, the city of Tulsa is broken up into sections. There's 27 elementaries. They each have a neighborhood that surrounds them. This elementary school that the position is available in is in my parents' neighborhood. So it would be perfect.
Okay. And would that be the school that Lacey would go to?
It is, which would make it even easier. I wouldn't have to fill out paperwork or change where she went or have to drop her off somewhere else. We would be in the same building.
Regarding Wesley, have you looked into schooling for Wesley with the understanding that he's special needs due to the autism?
I have, and I'm looking into more of what Tulsa Public Schools has, but I'm really leaning towards a private school. It's called Town and Country, and it is specifically for children with special needs, autism, Down syndrome, a whole spectrum of a list of special needs. They offer price breaks and scholarships. I, again, would have filled out the paperwork, but without knowing, that would be taking another child's place if we weren't able to go. I wasn't feeling comfortable doing that before we got the okay to go, but if we get the okay, then I'll be filling his application out and put that in and begin that process. We have some friends who have a child that's autistic that goes there and they think it is excellent. So that will be my goal.
You have friends in Tulsa that also have an autistic child?
Yes.
Are you close with them?
Yes.
Has Wesley interacted with that child with autism?
Yes, but he just graduated from high school, so there's quite a bit of an age gap there. But yeah.
Would they be a resource of information for you, for Wesley, based upon what they've gone through and what Wesley is going through as far as resources available in Tulsa?
Yes, she's been a great help with possible doctors. I'm not as concerned about a doctor as I am concerned about a dentist. And she's got a list of a couple that would be really good for Wesley that would work with him.
So dentist, is that a problem, Wesley?
Yes. So I took him a little over a year ago for the first time, and it was not pretty. There was lots of screaming, lots of fighting, lots of agitation. They had to strap him. They had this board that has Velcro on it that they had to hold him down so that his hands wouldn't constantly, and I still, even with the board, I still had to physically hold his legs down. They did just a quick check. It wasn't probably about half the time that Lacey spends at the dentist, but it was difficult. So this last time they gave him Valium beforehand. So he had that, and it was a much easier process when we went this time.
And who's the one taking him to these dentist appointments?
Me.
You talked about the children. I'm sorry. Both children were adopted in Oklahoma.
Yes.
And I guess I'm going to hear this answer for the first time right now. I don't know the answer to it, but I asked you to check into if there's any other programs that are available because children were actually adopted in the state of Oklahoma. Is there anything in Oklahoma that they can receive that they can't receive here because they were adopted there?
Yes. They've aged out of most of those services because they're over 6. A lot of those services would have been oriented towards daycare and childcare, but there are programs, and there's respite care that we could assist, which is also respite care would be childcare, but it would be like a day off. Sometimes respite care can be as long as a weekend. There are therapy groups that we can join. There are support groups that we can join. When I asked about those upon moving to Michigan, I was told that since they were not adopted here, they were not applicable for those programs.
Okay. So you believe that would also be better for the children, having those programs available to the state?
I do. We also have a post-adoption worker there that I'm in contact with at least yearly, but lately I've been in contact with her more, that can help find different programs and different assistances. Again, when I asked for that assistance when we moved here from Oklahoma, I was told that since they were adopted in Oklahoma, all that they would receive here would be the healthcare services, and that's it.
Would the fact that they were adopted in Oklahoma, would there be any type of funding or any type of money available to help pay for that private school that you're looking at for Wesley?
It's possible, but more than likely, just my pay in general, the fact that he is special needs, they offer a scholarship for everyone. It's not, if that makes sense, there's a price break for everyone. I don't know that from the people that we know that their child goes there, as far as I can tell, there are very few people who actually pay the full tuition. There are groups that have money set aside to help.
Your Honor, I would object at this point. It sounds like this testimony is related to hearsay, and unless we have somebody here to speak from the school, I don't think that it would be allowed for her to testify about this unless she has firsthand knowledge.
Well, Your Honor,
I think here. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt the court. I was going to say, if she's researched it and she's a parent looking for schooling and she's looking at tuition and she's seen it with her own eyes firsthand, she could testify. But if she's hearing it from somebody else, then I would defer to the court on a ruling for that.
I thought I heard her say she heard this from other parents that she spoke with, which would clearly be hearsay.
I'll move on. Are you asking the court to allow you to move to Oklahoma because you do not want these children, you do not want Mr. Dentel involved in these children's lives?
No.
Have you tried to assist in facilitating extra parenting time?
Actually, I have. We have a couple 3-day weekends during the year that I asked him that fell on his weekends, that I asked if he wanted to take the kids for Monday so he could have a little bit of extra time with him. He said yes to one, and then he said no to the next because he didn't have enough time to take off. He said he only had 3 weeks of paid vacation and that he would only be able to take them for 2 weeks over the summer because he needed some of that time to help with harvesting or so I have offered some, but because of his work schedule, he has said no.
So if the court were to allow for you to move to the state of Oklahoma, would you continue the contact between the minor children and Mr. Bell?
Yes. Yes.
And what type of proposed parenting time would you propose to the court to give him extended time?
Well, he already has half of the Christmas break, which I'm happy to keep that going. He's got every other spring break. I would be willing to try for every spring break, but I don't know that as they get older, they won't want to take school trips. Lacey especially, Wesley might not at some point. Since I understood that he wanted 5 weeks over the summer, but I know that he doesn't have that time. I'd considered a couple weeks at the beginning of the summer, a couple weeks at the end of the summer, but all of that is negotiable. Whatever works best with his work schedule and that he can make happen. And I'm willing to bring them up. We can meet halfway. I can bring them. I want him to be a part of their lives, but Lacey wants him to do FaceTiming often, and he's recently started doing that, but she would love to do that. She does that with her Mimi and Papa. Yeah, I don't want him to not, he is their father. But
So if he wanted every spring break, he could have every spring break.
Yeah.
And if he wanted the majority of the summer, he could have the majority of the summer.
Yes.
And if he wanted the majority of the holiday break, provided you at least get Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, that you would work with him getting extended time over the holiday season.
Yes.
If he wanted to continue with FaceTime or Zoom or any other type of communication, would you facilitate that?
Yes, I've always encouraged, I wanted him to Zoom more. I understand he's not techie, but yes, always. I'm gonna get, no, that's gonna do, so.
And obviously the children are in Oklahoma, you're in Michigan, and Wesley is special needs. So I guess it's safe to say there's no way these children are ever going to fly on a plane without you, correct?
Not without me, no. Mm-mm.
Are you willing to either if Mr. Dentel has an issue with transportation, are you willing to either drive the children up here all the way to Michigan for that parenting time, so that he can exercise parenting time when it's ordered through the court?
If that's what we need to do, yes.
Or alternatively, if it's easier for you to fly, you would fly with the children, meet him at the airport, and then fly back up to get them when the parenting time was over?
Yes.
And there's an expense to that, correct?
I do.
But do you think that the expense of that is outweighed by the expense of your daycare?
Oh, for sure.
A daycare that you're not receiving any assistance from Mr. Dentel on?
Yeah. Yes.
You testified a little earlier too that the individual that you had been using was going to nursing school.
She finished over the summer.
So is she no longer available to assist you with virtual learning or daycare?
She's not. She applied for a position and got it. And so she'll begin. I'm not sure. I think she starts in a week or so.
Okay.
So the last couple of times that we've done virtual, since spring break, the first 3 days after spring break, she was able to help me in the mornings, but I had to take off a half a day each of those days to go to take care of Wesley. And then the second time Wesley was out, she wasn't able to help with that at all. So I took care of all the time. And then when Lacey was virtual, I was too, but I was requested to work at school if I could find childcare. She was not available to work for that, so I had to do all my virtual teaching from home.
Okay. And again, if you're able to move, your family would be able to help you with all of that.
Yes, they would.
And pursuant to the judgment, just a couple more things. I'm almost done, Your Honor. A couple more things on the custody factors. You have physical custody, correct?
Yes.
He has every other weekend parenting time.
Yes.
And are you the one that predominantly does the shopping for the children? And what I mean by that is school shopping, clothes shopping, things along those lines?
Yes.
Do you ever receive any clothes from Mr. Dentel? Does he send clothes when they're with you, or are you the one that always sends clothes when they go with dad?
He has clothes there. I just got done. I got a bunch of hand-me-downs from a friend that were for Lacey. So I sent him probably 2 trash bags full of clothes for her. So she's got clothes. Wesley's clothes that he has are getting a little small, but they're there for the weekends.
Just a couple other questions. How do you show your children affection? Do your children love you, and if so, how do you know that?
Well, Lacey's a snuggler. She loves to sit and snuggle. She tells me that a lot. She tells us all that a lot. She's just a lover. Wesley enjoys his snuggles too. So Wesley, with part of his autism, is he does not sleep well at night. I sleep with him. He has to touch me physically. I'll wake up with a foot on my leg or a foot in my face, but he's always touching me somehow. I get kisses and hugs. We have our daily routines and our bedtime routines where we read books and we do all I don't know.
What do you do for
discipline? From Lacey often about how much she loves me, about how much she misses Mimi and Papa.
What do you do for discipline?
I'm sorry, what?
If the children need to be disciplined, what do you do?
Well, Wesley doesn't do timeouts. With him, it's a lot of redirection. There's a lot of redirection with Wesley. With Lacey, she's not the best at timeouts either. We do a lot of talking. She doesn't like it because I make her sit and we have to talk. They're actually both pretty good. We don't have a lot of discipline. Lacey does when she gets tired, she gets cranky and she gets yelling. Her feelings get hurt often. She cries. So there's lots of conversations, lots of snuggling.
Do you know what your income will be if you get that job in Tulsa?
I don't have a set number because I taught there for 10 years and I have 16 years of experience. I'm not sure what years of experience would transfer. But when I put it, they have a little calculator on their website that you put in your years of experience and your stuff, and it came out to be pretty much what I made.
I object, Your Honor. I object to this as well. This is all based on hearsay and information that I'm not able to cross-examine on. It's not based on any firsthand knowledge. I don't think a calculator on a website is something appropriate to testify to, unless she has someone planning to testify from the Tulsa School District who can specifically say what amount of money she'd be making.
Your Honor, I think she would have firsthand knowledge. She's going on a website for a place that she can get a job. She's punching in a calculator that's set forth for individuals to determine what their income is going to be. She put in the calculations appropriately, and it advises her of what the income. And the problem too, Your Honor, is we're in a spot where she can't take the job. She's not going to go out and presuppose that this court's going to allow for her to move and take a job and get her whole benefits package. And then, just like what she said, take away a position from somebody else. The court does not allow for the move. And now she's taken the spot. I don't think it's hearsay. She's got personal knowledge of what she inputted into the system and what it spit out as far as an income is concerned.
I'm going to allow the testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. So do you know about roughly what your salary will be based upon those calculations you put into the computer?
It said that it would be $52,000. And I will be honest, I don't know if that's correct, but for years of service of teaching, for the degrees that I have, that's what the school's website gave me.
What degrees do you have?
I've got a bachelor's in early childhood. I have a master's in math education, and I currently hold my national board certification.
So based upon your income, and then also, do you get a stipend is it from the state of Oklahoma for the adoption?
Yes.
And that comes from the state of Oklahoma?
It does.
And how much is that a month?
It's $1,200 a month.
And you were awarded that in the judgment because you got custody of the children, correct?
Yes.
So between that and your income, is there any question in your mind whether you'd be able to provide support for the minor children?
No.
And then you also received some child support from Mr. Dentel, correct?
Yes.
And
$300 a month.
he pays his child support on time, correct?
It comes out of his check, so it's an automatic deduction and deposit.
Are you originally from Oklahoma?
I am.
Born and raised in Oklahoma?
Yes.
Were you born and raised in Tulsa?
Yes.
Did you grow up in the house that your mom and dad live in right now?
No, I wish. They bought this house about 20 years ago, after we were all adults.
So, and up until 2015, for all intents and purposes, you've been an Oklahoma resident your whole life?
No, I did live in St. Louis for about 7 years in the 90s.
Okay.
But
that's it. So 7 years in the 90s in St. Louis, but other than that, it's been Oklahoma.
I did live overseas for about 9 months. I'm not sure that really, I wasn't a resident there, so.
Anything in your history, any mental health issues that affect your ability to care for your children?
No.
Any criminal history on your part?
No.
Ever been accused of assaulting your children or any children?
No.
Ever been subject to an abuse and neglect investigation?
No.
And do you believe that the move to Tulsa, Oklahoma is not only in your best interest, but also the best interest of your children?
I do.
And is that based upon your testimony here today?
It is.
And are you asking the court to allow for you to make the move to Tulsa, Oklahoma with the children?
I am.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Falley?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dentel, at the current time, the children's father, my client, I'm just going to refer to him as Brian. Is it okay if I call you Emily?
Yes.
All right. Emily, so as of right now, every 2 weeks, there are 6 days during the school year where Brian has the children for at least some portion of the day. Is that correct?
What?
Out of every 2 week period, your ex-husband, Brian, has the children for some portion of at least 6 days every 2 weeks.
Yes.
Is that correct? So
Yes.
in other words, he gets to spend time with them at this point 6 days or portions of 6 days out of every 2 weeks, correct?
Yes.
And that would allow him to have physical contact with them portions of 6 days every 2 weeks, correct?
Yes.
And it would allow him to give them hugs and kisses and go for walks and play in the snow and do other things like that, portions of at least 6 days out of every 2 weeks, right?
No, I think it's 5. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you're getting 6 days.
Let's go through them together. Every other weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Every Wednesday, add 2 more on there, and alternate Mondays.
No.
That's what you testified. That's what you testified to earlier.
No, he gets 1 weekly visit a week. 1 week it's Wednesday, the other week it's Monday. If I have them for the weekend, then he has them on Monday night for a couple hours. If it's his weekend, he has them Wednesday night for a couple hours.
Okay, now I think you're changing your testimony then. When you testified previously, you said every Wednesday and alternate Monday.
I'm sorry, but
That's not what I remember, Mr. Falley.
I don't
What she
remember.
just said is what I remembered on direct.
Okay, all right. So I apologize then. I heard you wrong, Emily, if that's what you testified to previously. But regardless, it's still 5 days then of every 2 weeks. Is that correct?
yes, technically.
Your move to Oklahoma is going to result in my client not having any physical contact with the children for months at a time. Fair statement?
Yes.
And in fact, I mean, if you've looked at a calendar, how many months may Brian go without physically seeing the children under your proposal?
3. If it has them in
And-
August, it would be, well, maybe, no. I guess it kind of depends on how you count that. So 3 to 4.
Okay, and you plan to just allow the children to have contact with their father via FaceTime for, let's just assume that 3 or 4 month period between August and November where they may see him at Thanksgiving? I don't even know if I mean, do you plan to give him every Thanksgiving break?
We haven't discussed that.
Okay, so if
In
he has the chil-
Oklahoma, I will say this, in Oklahoma, unlike Michigan, there is a fall break at school. If that was something that he insisted on, that he could do, if he could take the time from work for, we could make that work I don't know about every year, but every other year.
So every other year then, if the court were to allow you to move, Brian would go 3 or 4 months without physically seeing the children, correct?
Yes.
And your proposal is that the children would FaceTime with him, correct?
Well, he can call. He texts them now at night for bedtime.
Do you feel that that's the same quality of contact with your children as it is to be physically present with them?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't, but I also.
Okay, hold on. Yep, thank you. You answered my question. I appreciate it. So, and you've actually testified that Wesley is nonverbal. And so, I mean, while he can maybe look into a phone or a screen to look at his father, he isn't able to have that physical contact that's important with his father. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
And at this point, it sounds like everything you plan to do in Oklahoma is speculative in terms of buying a house, getting a job, putting Wesley in a school. At this point, all you've done is looked into it, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it a fair statement that generally speaking, well, first of all, what's your current income at Grass Lake?
Just under 50,000.
And so, isn't it a fair statement, you've had to have looked at this, that teachers in Michigan generally make more than teachers in Oklahoma?
That was true when we moved here. I would not say that that's a true statement now.
Okay.
Certainly not for Grass.
Assuming that your computer that you typed in numbers on is correct, it sounds like your income there is going to be pretty darn similar to your income here. Fair?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And you actually discussed with your attorney, who then discussed with me, your possibility of moving to Oklahoma at the time the judgment of divorce was entered, correct?
I'm sorry. I missed some of that.
You discussed or considered moving to Oklahoma or attempting to move to Oklahoma at the time the judgment of divorce was entered. Is that correct?
It was something that I considered then, but I didn't think that it would be realistic then.
And so was it your intent then to simply enter into a judgment of divorce, have your court-ordered parenting time and Mr. Dentel, Brian, to have his court-ordered parenting time for a year, and then just try to take advantage of the language in the judgment to move out of state?
No, it was not.
You filed bankruptcy in the last year, is that correct?
It is.
Is this the first time you've filed bankruptcy?
It is.
Do you know if Brian has ever filed for bankruptcy?
He has not.
So you're making right now roughly $50,000 per year, and you're getting another $1,500 per month between child support being paid to you by my client, as well as your $1,200 subsidy from Oklahoma, correct?
Yes.
So between your employment income, the child support and the subsidy, you're making almost $70,000 per year. Fair statement?
Sure. Before
Um,
taxes, yes.
I understand. So why were you required to file bankruptcy when you make well over what would be the median income in Michigan and the entire United States?
Well, in a divorce, I kept the majority of the debt, over $45,000 worth of credit card debt, and I couldn't afford to do that and keep the house and pay the bills. Which I will say this, Brian knew that going in. Bankruptcy was something that we discussed before we were divorced.
Okay, and you've lived in Michigan now with the children for approximately 6 years, correct?
Yes.
How do you feel Wesley has done at Lyle Torrent? Do you feel like the school has done him well and he's learned while he's been there?
I do. I think Lyle Torrent has been a good fit for him.
How about Lacey at Grass Lake? How's she doing in school?
I think she's doing great this year. She's got a good teacher this year. Yeah.
And in fact, I mean, you would agree Grass Lake's a very good school district, correct?
It is. And I enjoy working there.
And there's no concern, or you haven't, I mean, there's no threat of you losing your job currently here, is that correct?
No.
Okay, so your main desire, obviously, to move to Oklahoma is more of a want than a need. Fair statement?
I don't know that I would agree to that.
Back to characterization, she's testified at length the need because of Mr. Dentel's non-involvement and not necessarily a want.
I don't know
I
that
think
that's
this
a
is-
valid objection.
This is cross-examination. I'm going to allow the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms.
I think,
Dentel,
I think she answered it though.
Yeah.
In the negative.
Thank you. Ms. Dental, how active are you physically with the children when they're with you?
Well, we play. I mean, we play outside, we play inside, we play games. Wesley likes tickles, a lot of tickles, often deep pressure.
Anything
I
else?
Are you looking for something in particular? I mean, I feel like we do regular things. We play outside. We have a large backyard. There's trampoline, there's a swing, there's places to dig, which there happens often. Yeah.
Kids spend a lot of time on tablets at your residence, don't they?
No, they don't. Wesley was on his tablet often. About a year ago, though, with all that was going on, he broke a couple tablets. And so he doesn't get a tablet in home anymore. He has a tablet when we go places because it helps with transportation. On the bus, they were having a problem with him getting out of his unbuckling and getting out of his chair. So he has the tablet when he's on the bus going from one place to another. If we go somewhere, he has his tablet, but at home, he no longer has his tablet. Lacey has a tablet, but she's not on it very much. No, I wouldn't say they're on them often, a lot.
Bear with me just for a minute. Now, you've testified that Brian has a lot of extended family here in the Jackson area, fair statement?
Yes,
And you have a lot of extended family in Oklahoma, correct?
yes,
So essentially, if you moved to Oklahoma, you'd be, from a extended family perspective, you'd be, or the kids would be in the same scenario or situation there as they would be here, correct?
Well, I don't know that I would agree to that because my parents got vaccinated so that my kids could be with them. Brian's parents are vaccinated, but they're still not allowed in their home. I'm not saying that his parents aren't good grandparents, but I feel like my kids have a more of attachment to mine. The moment Brian moved out, Lacey started asking if we were moving to Oklahoma. My answer then was no, because I didn't think that it was a possibility. I had a lot of debt. I hadn't declared bankruptcy. There was a lot going on. And I had no plans, honestly, to move back to Oklahoma.
The kids in any extracurricular activities at the current time?
Yes, Lacey, they just now started Girls on the Run about through mid-April. I asked Brian if he could pick her up after a week or so because it was on his way back from work. He'd shown interest in that because he's done cross country running before. So he picks her up and brings her home from that. But I enrolled her, I paid for it, I found the activity.
You and Brian have joint legal custody, correct?
Yes.
Do you inform him of these extracurricular activities before you enroll the children, or specifically Lacey, or do you just do it on your own?
I asked him if it was okay. I did last year. She wanted to do Girl Scouts and I was not going to do it last school year. And then all her friends were in Girl Scouts. And so I signed her up and told him afterwards, but I didn't ask for him to help with pick up or drop off. It was right after school. And I apologized because he got really upset that I enrolled her in that without asking him first. So I made sure with Girls on the Run to ask him first. I kind of knew he would be okay with it because it's running and that's one of his interest areas, which is part of why I encouraged her to do it because he is interested in running and I knew he would be interested in that with her.
And he actually took part in her Girl Scouts last year as well, correct?
Yes, I asked him if he wanted to do the go-kart derby and he said yes. So I signed him up and purchased the cart and told him when and where for the go-kart derby thing. And he participated in that activity. They never did get to have a derby. That part got canceled, but they did decorate the cart together.
And if Lacey were to be in Girls on the Run or something similar in Oklahoma, or Girl Scouts, or if he gets into band or softball or volleyball or anything along those lines, it would be impossible for Brian to watch those events other than possibly on a tablet, correct?
Yep. Yes. Sorry.
Given Wesley's current, diagnosis with what sounds to be pretty significant or severe autism spectrum disorder, is there any likelihood or chance that he would be involved in some extracurricular activities?
It's possible. It's possible, but I'm not seeing an interest of him in anything besides jumping on a trampoline and swinging on a swing. He does like to run for it, so maybe something someday, but I don't know what that would be.
Have you ever looked into Special Olympics for him?
We talked about it. For years we talked about it, but I think Brian looked into it maybe this last month or so, but nothing's come of that yet.
Are you open to that or not?
If it's something that we don't have to fight Wesley to participate in, I would be open in that. But again, I don't know.
You would agree that Mr. Dentel's, Brian's family, had more significant contact with the children before the pandemic hit last March. Fair statement?
That is a fair statement. especially since he was living with his parents.
And assuming, hopefully, things get back to more normal times here in the near future, couldn't you assume that the time spent with his extended family would then again increase after beyond the pandemic?
Honestly, I assumed that would increase after they had their vaccinations. So I would assume so, but
Sounds like you took the kids last summer to Oklahoma to see your extended family. Do you do any other vacations with them? Do you go camping? Do you do anything else with the children?
well, since we've been divorced, it's just been COVID, so we haven't. This is the only summer since we got divorced, which we haven't, but we didn't really do that before either. Wesley is, I wouldn't trust to take Wesley camping in an environment that wasn't my backyard by myself, just because he does run. So we haven't done the only thing that they haven't done this last summer that they would normally do previous to the divorce was go to the cabin in the UP. All of our vacations beforehand were visiting family or Brian's family's cabin in the Upper Peninsula.
Would you be surprised to know that Wesley does not need to sleep with his father when he's with him? As you've testified, he always needs to be touching you.
No, because I understand that he doesn't. He's also in a confined space, in a twin-sized bed in a little compartment. So it's a different format than what he does here at home.
Does Brian go to the children's school conferences?
Well, we haven't gone. He missed Lacey's IEP. I understand he emailed. I don't know if he went to her teacher's conference, and he was at Wesley's IEP. I had to send him the link again so that he would be able to be there. But yeah, and that was when we discovered they had the wrong email address.
Okay, and that's been rectified now, correct? As far
Yeah,
as you know.
a couple weeks ago.
Historically, from the time that the kids started school, has Brian been involved in their parent-teacher conferences and concerts and other events at school?
Yes.
Does he take them trick-or-treating on Halloween?
We all did. Yes.
So he did too, right?
Yeah.
And again, he moved to Oklahoma based on your proposed parenting time schedule. He would have, I think, precisely 0 Halloweens with the children, correct?
Correct.
What's the normal school year, start to finish in Oklahoma? I know sometimes in the South or the West, it's a bit different than in Michigan. For the Tulsa schools, if you know, when does school start and when does it let out for the year?
I know that their start date they just posted next year's calendar. Their start date for next year is August the 19th, which is about a week before see Grass Lake posted their calendar this morning, so I don't have it memorized yet, but I think it's a week before Grass Lake starts next year. And it looks like Tulsa Public is scheduled to get out right before Memorial Day, but if they have any snow days, that will change. And typically they have to go a couple days longer. After teaching there 10 years, I don't think I've ever had a year where we actually got out on the day that we were scheduled to get out.
So it sounds like, just generally speaking, if you have no snow days down there, school lets out for the summer maybe about 2 weeks earlier than here and starts a week earlier there than here as well.
Starts a week earlier. It gets out about a week and a half because Grass Lake will get out midweek next year.
How close are Wesley and Lacey with their cousin, which would be my client's sisters?
Wesley, I would say not at all. As far as I know, he isn't involved in their activities. Lacey is. She FaceTimes them at least once a month, possibly more. I know that sometimes when they're there, they do activities together, but they aren't always there. They weren't there over the weekend last weekend, so they didn't do anything last weekend. But I would say fairly close. Yeah.
Based on your experience when you were living with Brian and he was assisting with childcare and rearing your children, how would you describe his parenting style? Is he hands-on? Is he hands-off? How would you describe that?
I did most of the parenting, I feel like. He was rather hands-off with that. I feel like he wasn't really sure always how to deal with them, so I was the one who dealt with most of that.
Okay. Well, what things did he do to assist you when you were together?
With parenting, with discipline?
With parenting in general?
Well, for most of the time we were married, he worked third shift or second shift. So he would be help on the weekends. But during the week, there wasn't as much. He often got frustrated. I feel like that I was doing too much with the kids and not enough with him. He plays with them really well.
What types of things would he do when he would play with the kids?
Play outside on the trampoline, swing on the swing, play with the ball in the yard. Pretty much the same thing that I do with him now.
Did you ever contact my client's extended family directly to ask them for assistance with the children, or did you only do try to contact them through Brian?
I asked him because they were his family.
Okay, so I think the answer there is
That
you
would be
did
no.
not try to
Yeah.
contact them.
No,
Correct.
because they were his family.
Okay. Why didn't you just try to reach out to them directly?
Because they were his family. I mean, I felt like if he was going to, I felt like I shouldn't have to do all the work. I felt like if we were going to do stuff together, that he needed to do some too. And if we needed help for the kids, he could ask his family. I asked everybody else. So I felt like he could ask his family.
I'm sorry, but I think over the last year you said Brian's only taken one extra day of parenting time on a Monday, I think, where you had offered it. Is that correct?
As far as I know, he did take a couple days off when Wesley was virtual, but yeah.
Any other times you can think of where he had extra parenting time that's not in the current court order?
No.
How would you describe the children's relationship with their father? Are they close? How do they show each other love and affection, if you know?
Well, in the last 6 months or so, Wesley cries every time Brian comes to pick them up. But I know that I would say I know, but I don't know what he's thinking. But every time Brian comes, he cries. It's not a lot, but he does cry. Lacey is very outgoing with her show of affection. She loves, she kisses, she hugs. She enjoys making a big show of how much she loves people. I know she's attached to him, but she's also said that she wants to move to Oklahoma. That was her request.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that portion of the response be stricken because it's non-responsive. And
It was not.
Hearsay.
It was non-responsive. I'll grant that request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Emily, is Wesley potty trained?
No.
Do you work with him on that?
Yes, I do.
How?
So we go sit on the potty, and I mean, the same thing you do with every child who's potty trained. We've talked to his teacher about it. At this point, it is just him choosing to not take the time to go potty. So once we're in summer break, I can't do it when we're in school because we're not home for a whole day. We're going to go without diapers again and give this a shot. But yeah, he's getting dressed himself better than he was. But he still doesn't feel the need to go potty on the potty.
Have you sought any professional assistance with that at all in order to try to accomplish that and get that moving forward?
Well, I've talked to his teachers and his therapist about it at school. Yes.
Do they work with him at school on that as well?
They do. Part of this year's this might not be appropriate to say, but part of this year's being off schedule has really hurt that front. Before we went to last year at the end of the school year, he was doing really good about going nearly all day with a dry diaper. But when we cut short in March, that progress also kind of when he got off his regular routine, it threw that into a.
When you schedule medical appointments for the kids, do you inform Brian of those medical appointments?
Yes, I do. Lacey has a standing 3-month med check. I try to tell him right when we make it, but sometimes I don't get it the very first day when we walk out the door, but I do let him know when they are.
Have there been times where you let him know just a day or two before?
No, there have been times when I've reminded him a day or two before, but I text him or let him know verbally that there is when it's going to be. And he has quit going to Lacey's med checks when he made it clear he couldn't take time off work. I don't expect him to be at her med checks, but I always let him know when they are. Yes.
And isn't it a fair statement that the majority of the parenting time that Brian has is not during what would be normal dental or medical business hours, correct?
Yes.
So you would, generally speaking, be the one to schedule them because they fall on your parenting time, correct?
I would, although he has managed to schedule one that I've asked him not to.
Why? Why'd you ask him not to?
So we, after Wesley's autism spectrum testing, they asked us if we would be interested in doing ongoing blood donation for genetic testing. It's not for Wesley necessarily, it's for research. And that letter came last year. I told Brian about it. I told him that I didn't want to do it because it would be difficult. 3 years ago when we got Wesley tested, it took 3 of us to hold him down to take his blood for diagnosis. This is not diagnosis, it's research for the greater good, which I appreciate. But I didn't feel like Wesley needed to go through that. And honestly, this year, I'm not willing to wrestle a 75-pound 8-year-old to draw blood for something that won't benefit him directly. Brian disagreed, so he scheduled that appointment. He forgot. They called me as a reminder. He had scheduled the wrong day off because it was during COVID. I encouraged him to not go. He rescheduled, and they called me to remind me of the appointment. He knew when it was, but he had the wrong day again. And so I think he's rescheduled for July, but I've continued to ask him to not schedule that appointment. But for both of those appointments, he didn't have the correct dates or forgot about them or didn't have the right day off.
When is that appointment currently scheduled?
I'd have to look at the calendar unless it's on my phone, but it's mid to late July.
And where is that located?
At Mott's.
In Ann Arbor?
Yes.
In your motion, you indicated that domestic violence was not an issue in this case, correct?
Yes.
And I apologize. What was the name of the school in Oklahoma you were talking about sending Wesley to? Was it Town and Country?
Town and Country. Yes.
Okay. How does that compare to Lyle Torrent based on what you have looked at about Town and Country?
It seems very comparable. I would say because from what I've seen on their website, they have a little bit more therapy involved in theirs, but I don't know that it would be, it looks pretty equal.
Similar, right? From what you can
Yeah.
tell. How far have you gotten with the neighbor in this discussion about purchasing her home? Have you talked about a mortgage, a land contract, a rent with an option? What have you discussed with that?
They were in town last weekend. My mom spoke to them. They said they were interested in selling.
All right, hold on. So have you talked to them at all?
No, I have not, because I don't know if I'm moving yet.
Okay. Isn't it true that with your bankruptcy, you may have a bit of a problem getting financing through a bank?
I may. My parents have agreed to co-sign with me, which should help offset that.
Have you, and you may have already testified this, but have you submitted your application already to, and a resume to Tulsa schools?
I did. I
How'd
sent
you
it
do?
in Monday.
I'm sorry, what day?
I sent it Monday.
So 2 days ago, Monday?
Yes.
And you said you were still waiting on your references, correct?
As far as I know, I don't know. I haven't talked to all 5 of them to know if they've filled out the automated form or not.
Have you looked into the cost of airfare between Tulsa and Detroit?
Yes, I have.
And you think
Driving would probably be my option. It would just depend. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more. It's about $1,200 for a round trip flight for 3 people. So driving is probably going to be my choice.
Tulsa to the Jackson area is what, about 15 hours?
Driving?
Yes.
13.
13 hours?
Mm-hmm.
How do the children do in a car, for generally speaking? Have the children ever driven 13 hours in the car before?
No, and I don't plan on ever putting them in a vehicle for 13 hours. We stop at the same hotel when we go back and forth in Illinois and Effingham, and the kids love it because there's a swimming pool that they get to swim in. So they do
How many
really
hours?
good.
Okay, is that about halfway? Is that about 6.5 hours?
It's about an hour short of being halfway, with the benefit being on the Michigan side.
And if you were to be allowed to move to Oklahoma and you decide to drive rather than fly, the children would need to do this drive from Oklahoma to Michigan a number of times per year, correct? 8 times possibly?
Yep. I think we would probably fly occasionally. I don't know that we would all enjoy doing all that driving, but I couldn't afford to fly every time.
And it sounds like you have talked to a friend about doctors and dentists in the Tulsa area, but you don't have the children set up or scheduled with either of those types of professionals at this point, correct?
Well, I can't switch their Medicare over to Oklahoma until I know that we're moving. And without that, I can't set up either one of those. Although we do have a doctor that they were attending previously that I was planning on them going back to. Their original pediatrician.
This was when they were infants then, right, in Oklahoma?
Yeah, Lacey was 3, so they were younger, yes. But he's still their pediatrician. He's still a pediatrician. They're still of age.
How's your relationship with my client?
My relationship with him is difficult.
No, with your client, with my client, with Brian's extended family.
Oh, with his extended family. Was also interesting. I never really felt part of their family. When I did talk to his sister about us having marital issues, her response was, I hope that doesn't happen. I really like you. She didn't feel comfortable contacting me to see if we could still be friends after the divorce. She had to ask Brian about that first.
So it sounds like your relationship with Brian's extended family is strained at best, correct?
I would say I don't know that it's strained. I just don't think that there really is one.
Thank you, Emily. I don't have any further questions.
Let's take about a 10-minute break here.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. One thing, I didn't mean to interrupt the court. We had spoken, emailed the court. I've got bankruptcy hearings that I pushed to 11:30. They're over the phone. The only problem is I can't tell you. I've only got a couple questions for Ms. Dentel, just follow up. What I would ask the court to consider is maybe if we could break after my redirect and maybe come back at 1. And I hate screwing your schedule up, Your Honor, but I also don't want to, I can't say exactly when I'm going to get called in for the bankruptcy because I don't know how many hearings they've got this morning. And I don't want to tell you I'll be back at 10 to noon and then be late.
I'm not available this afternoon, so we'll have to find another day to finish up.
Okay. Well, could I finish the redirect, Your Honor, of Ms. Dentel?
Sure.
Real quick. It's okay. I promise to take 2 minutes, Your Honor. Ms. Dentel, just a couple quick questions. Mr. Fowler, he was asking you about having things in place in the proposed move to Tulsa, right?
Yes.
And you don't have everything in place because you're not sure about the move.
Right.
But you're very familiar with Tulsa.
Yes.
You've lived there most of your life.
Yes.
You were a teacher there for 10 years before you moved to Michigan?
Yes.
So you were a teacher for 10 years in the very school district you intend to return to?
Yes.
They're aware of your work history?
Yes.
And you're aware of what to expect when you get there?
Yes. When I contacted my friend that still works there, she immediately got on the phone and told me that I needed to put in my application. She had 2 principals she was going to talk to about placement there.
Not only do you have a bachelor's degree, you have a master's degree.
I do.
Any question in your mind that you're going to have any difficulty whatsoever getting a job as a teacher in Tulsa?
No.
He also asked you regarding the home, whether you'll be able to purchase the home next to your parents.
Yes.
You're not sure whether you'll be able to do that or not.
I don't know. No.
How much equity do you have in your home that you're living in now?
Currently, there's about $50,000 equity.
And you received the home in the judgment.
Yes.
So all the equity you received from the sale of that home would be able to be used to purchase a home in Tulsa.
Yes.
You've lived in Tulsa most of your life, so I assume you're familiar with the good parts of town and the bad parts of town.
Very much. Yes.
Any question in your mind? At first, you're going to live with your parents when you first get there. How many bedrooms do they have?
They have 3.
So would the children share a bedroom? Or
we
would
would
I'm
probably
sorry, I'd be with you because of his autism?
We would probably all share a bedroom at first because Lacey always wants us to all sleep together.
Okay.
Last night she wanted us to all sleep together, so we did. So we'll probably do that for a while.
Any doubt in your mind that you'll be able to find some kind of suitable housing in an area, a location that is comfortable for your children?
No.
Any doubt that if the court grants you the ability to make the move, that you'd be able to put that in place quickly?
No.
The last thing I'm going to ask you is, Mr. Fowler, he had asked you if you had contemplated moving back to Oklahoma when the judgment of divorce entered in March of 2020. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
And while you wanted to move back, you didn't think it was possible?
No.
When you got divorced, did you also think that Mr. Dentel would be more involved in assisting you with raising these children?
I did. I never would have imagined that I had to call begging and crying to get help with childcare, especially this year.
I have no further.
All right. Well, since I do need to take a break, and that puts just right into your bankruptcy hearings, I guess we're going to have to call it quits for today. I'll have Dawn get with you to find a date to get you back in as soon as possible so that we can complete the testimony.
And I'm sorry for that, Your Honor. It's just I'm trying to juggle it, and it's hard for me to move those bankruptcy hearings around.
I get that, no problem.
All right. Thank you, Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Your Honor.
I was looking through my notes to see where we left off. I'm sure you guys remember.
Yeah, Your Honor, we had left off with my client, and I did not intend to call any other witnesses. What I would like to do this morning, and I did speak with Mr. Falahy regarding it, is it's been a month or so since our last hearing. There is one update piece of testimony that I would like to recall my client real quick and just do it now. It's regarding employment. If the court would be inclined to allow that, and then I would rest my case at that point, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Dentel, do you understand that you're still under oath from the last session that we had?
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. Ms. Dentel, you recall testifying at our last hearing about a month or so ago, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, there was some questioning regarding employment in Oklahoma. Do you recall that questioning?
I do.
And at that point in time, you did not have any job offers. You were concerned about applying for jobs, not knowing what the court's order would be as far as the move.
Yes.
Were you able to secure or get any confirmation of any employment in Oklahoma?
I did. I haven't signed a contract per the results for today, but I do have a position in Tulsa with McClure Elementary School, either a first grade math position or possibly a sixth grade math position, one of the two.
Is that a guaranteed offer pending the results or the outcome of this request to move?
Yes.
The pay that you're going to receive there, is it more or less or comparable to what you're
It's
receiving?
comparable to what I receive here.
Okay. Is the cost of living more or less or comparable to what it is here?
I would say it's either a little less or comparable.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Questions, Mr. Falahy?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, does that conclude your presentation, Andy?
It does, with the exception of argument, that does conclude the presentation.
Very well. Mr. Falahy?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd call my client, Brian Dentel, please.
Mr. Dentel, would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You put your hand down, state your full name for the record.
Brian A. Dentel.
Go ahead, Mr. Falahy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brian, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, sir.
All right. Is it okay if I call you by your first name during your testimony?
That'd be okay with me.
All right, Brian. So you had an opportunity, Brian, obviously, to hear the testimony of your ex-wife, both at our hearing about a month ago and now today on this continuation date, right?
That's right.
And you and she were divorced about 15 months ago, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And in the judgment of divorce that was entered, you and she have joint legal custody. And your ex-wife, Emily, she has primary physical custody of the kids, right?
That's correct.
Now, what are the kids' names and ages as of today, Brian?
Lacey Dentel is age 9. She just had a birthday on the 17th. And Wesley, James Wesley Dentel, he's 8 years old.
Okay, and in terms of the history, I don't want to go into too much, but I think that you and your ex-wife had lived previously in Oklahoma. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You moved back to Michigan, I think 6 years ago. Is that right? 2015?
That's correct.
Okay. And Lacey and Wesley were adopted in the state of Oklahoma. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you moved back to Michigan, I believe there's still some type of adoption subsidy that's received from the state of Oklahoma. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain that for the court?
It's a stipend. Wesley gets $600 and Lacey gets $600 for their disabilities. Wesley is autistic and Lacey's ADHD.
Okay, and Brian, that stipend that's received is received whether the children live in Michigan or Oklahoma, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those stipends paid directly to your ex-wife, Emily?
That's correct.
All right, so Brian, in terms of parenting time, there were some allegations made in the motion that you don't exercise your parenting time. You feel like that is true or false?
That's false.
And why do you feel that way?
I exercise all my parenting time on Mondays from I get out of work from like 4 o'clock. I pick them up at about 5:30. Then I take them back by 8 o'clock. But that was agreed upon. On the paperwork, it said 7:30. And that's what we agreed upon, 8 o'clock. And on Friday, I picked them up after work. Then I would take them back on Sunday at 8 o'clock. Then the following week would be Wednesday after work. Then I would take them back at 8 o'clock. Then I wouldn't see them till next Monday. I did that all the time. And plus I text Emily every time I left work too, when I was leaving work. And when I took the kids back, I text them back too, every time.
Well, let me stop you there, Brian. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean you text them back every time when you leave work or get done with your parents?
I'm on my way every time, half an hour before I take the kids back. It takes a half an hour from Addison to Brooklyn. So it gives her time to get set up for the kids.
Okay. All right. And I appreciate that explanation, Brian. So it sounds like during the school year anyway, you're seeing the kids, what it sounds like are portions of 5 days out of every 2 weeks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you feel if your children moved to Oklahoma with their mother, that you'd still be able to see them 5 days out of every 14 days?
No, I wouldn't. I'd barely ever see them.
And now, Brian, tell me real quick about your summer parenting time. What I want to do, and I don't mean to ask a compound question, but can you explain what's in the judgment of divorce and what you guys have been doing?
My judgment of divorce, I have 5 weeks with the kids. This year, I took every other week off of work. Like this week, I got the kids. The next week, I work. And I got the kids the following week. So basically, it just keeps on going down through August.
Okay.
So it's every other week during the summer.
Okay, so that's what you're doing this summer. What did you and your ex-wife do for parenting time last summer, the summer of 2020?
We did every week. I worked on third shift, so I'd pick them up on Friday, Saturday, and took them back Sunday. But the following week, I had them extended. I had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. It's every other week. So we did that through the whole entire summer.
So it sounds like last year you had, if not an equal parenting time, very close to it with your ex-wife, but you modified it a bit to where you'd have the kids every weekend, it sounds like, and then one of the weekends was extended to try to get you your equal parenting time. Does that sound like a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you already touched on this a little bit, Brian, but has there ever been a time where you missed your court-ordered parenting time?
Never missed any of my time. I made sure of that. I'm trying to be the best possible father I can.
And Brian, and it's a good segue into my next question for you here, but describe your relationship with your kids, if you would. I mean, how do you show them love and affection? How do they show you love and affection?
Just when I pick them up, when I first pick them up, Lacey comes up, gives me a hug. She tells me I love you, and I tell her I love her too. And no, I pick her up. She wants to be carried everywhere, and Wesley, I have to go to him and I tell him, you need a kiss. You know, he'll kiss me on both cheeks, and sometimes he'll give me a kiss, or he'll just laugh and run. He wants me to follow him. And there's some days it's a struggle sometimes, but I know he loves me, but it's hard.
Yeah.
But I run with him a lot, and I chase him, and I'm trying to teach him every possible thing I have. I take him places. I take him on little road trips. We go out in the garden. We pick stuff. We make ice cream. I ran my first race with Lacey, the 5K. Did great. She did the 9-minute mile the first time. I had to go chase after her. Can I look at my notes? Is that okay?
That's okay with me, Brian, but I guess we've got to wait to make sure Mr. Kirkpatrick's okay with that too. I'll tell you what, Brian, why don't you have your,
I don't
go
have a
ahead,
problem
Amy.
with him looking at his notes. I don't have a problem looking at his notes if it's in relation to a question and he needs to refresh his recollection. So I just
Thanks,
don't want
Amy.
him reading from his notes, you know, for his testimony. That's it. I don't have a problem with him looking at them.
Sounds good. Brian, did you hear that?
Yes, I heard.
All right, let me ask you a few more questions. If you need to reference your notes, like that's okay from the other side, but don't read from it, okay?
Okay.
So you've mentioned a few of the things you like to do with the kids. And that was kind of a spin-off from, I think, my question about how the kids show you love and affection and how you show them love and affection. But let me ask you this. Do you do active things with the children?
Yes, I do.
And do you think that's important?
Yes, it is.
Why do you feel that?
It gives them more hands-on. They remember it when they get older. And they know what dad's going to do, you know, and sometimes they don't know what dad's going to do, and it kind of surprises them. And it puts a big old smile on their face, and it puts a big old smile on my face too. And I just want to do more with them. And it's just, I just love these kids to death ever since day one.
So,
No,
Brian, in terms of Wesley, you had indicated he's autistic. Can you explain for the court how he communicates?
well, he communicates he comes up to you, and sometimes he'll grab your arm and he'll point to like the cabinet or something like that. Or he has a little picture sheet. He'll point at it and he'll tell you what he wants, like milk, or he wants to go outside. He wants to get on the trampoline. It's like a communication. It's a picture of communication. Or you just open up the door and he'll just wants to run and just wants to play, or he just wants to swing. And it's a little frustrating, but you know, you get it after a while.
Is Wesley able to communicate verbally, Brian, or not?
No, he can't. He used to talk a long time ago, but when he got his tonsils taken out, you know, he just quit cold turkey.
Okay. And So if the children were moved to Oklahoma, is FaceTime or Skype or some other telephone or video communication something that would be possible between you and Wesley to keep your relationship strong?
No, he wouldn't stay still. He'd be running around. He might kiss the tablet. He might put his hand on the tablet, and that's about it. But my relationship would
I
be.
guess Your Honor, I object to speculation at this point, unless he's done FaceTime with the child, or unless he's done Zoom or some other form of communication. It's speculation at this point on how he would react to that.
Valerie, do you have a response?
Judge, I'll just go ahead and move on. So Brian, without getting into how Wesley may respond, how do you feel like FaceTime would go with Wesley, or maybe have you done FaceTime in the past with him?
I did FaceTime with Lacey, and she did great. But Wesley, you have to chase him all over the house. You know, he's a big boy. He's pretty hard to hold down, and I've tried to do FaceTime with him, but it's impossible.
And yep. And is your ex-wife Emily, if you know, is she active with the children outside?
She's not as active as I am, but she's not active.
What's your feeling on screen time for the children when they're with you, Brian?
Oh, they leave their tablets at home. There's no screen time. Yeah, we're outside constantly. You know, I think that's the best possible thing for any child. You know, wear them out a little bit. You know, come in during lunch, take a little nap like that, watch a little movie, and then go back outside and wear ourselves out again. You know, that's how I feel. And get yourself dirty, muddy, and just run it off. I'm just old school.
And you're a runner yourself, is that correct, Brian?
That's correct.
Did you just recently do some type of a race with Lacey?
Yeah, I did a 5K with Lacey, and I loved it. You know, coaching her through it, and I think it was amazing.
And what other extracurricular activities have you taken part in with Lacey?
I did Girl Scouts with her. I did Girl Scout cookies with her. I built like a little box car before COVID. They were supposed to race it with her, and they canceled it. And then we went to concerts before the COVID and watched her sing. And what else? There's so many other things. Plus, I'm teaching her how to ride a bicycle. I got on her, and she's very proficient on riding the bicycle. I got her to tie her shoes, and she was always having Velcro. I don't know why I gotta have Velcro all the time, because kids gotta learn how to tie their shoes. You know, I got her to tie her shoes and trying to teach her how to whistle. You know, that's a little, that's kind of fun, but you know, it's just all these little things, you know, I think it makes the biggest difference.
And same question as it relates to Wesley. What things have you done with him in terms of extracurricular activities, things outside? You've mentioned a few already, but anything specifically that you've done with him?
Well, he likes to be chased. He loves it, you know, like tag and he likes to swing, loves to swing. You know, he can do that all day long. And swimming, trying to get him out of the lake with his life preserver on. He could be in there for hours after hours. Well, we've been going to Somerset Beach Campground, and he loves it. And it's just the smallest things. It just, I got him drinking out of a glass cup and everything. You know, getting him to go on the potty and take long walks with him. He likes some long walks back there in the woods, and, you know, going to fields when we don't have it planted. And he loves tractor rides. He just loves them. Lacey does too. And he's ready. If he hears that engine roar, he's ready to go. Just, you know, it's like when I open my door up on my Yukon, he's ready to go somewhere. It doesn't matter where it is. It's just where I go, he goes. And Lacey does the same thing. You know, they're my little co-pilots.
So you mentioned, Brian, tractor rides. Can you tell the court where you live and where you do your tractor rides with the kids?
I live in Addison. I'm living on a farm. And we have an old Oliver, a 65, you know, has big fenders, you know. He sits on it and just sits there, you know. He just loves it. You know, he likes being on the farm, you know. There's always something to do. It's just, you know, he can climb up a tree, or, you know, you could just do about anything. Just put your mind to it.
And you live, I believe, currently, Brian, on your parents' property, but in a trailer of some form or an RV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, one of the concerns in the motion that was filed was that you're living basically in an RV with no electricity, no water, and just kind of roughing it. Is that how you would describe your living situation?
That's correct. No, that's incorrect.
Okay. So how would you describe it then?
I bought myself a 38-foot trailer. It's pretty nice. It has AC. It has everything. You know, electricity, water, hot water heater, you name it. You know, it's like any other trailer. They have problems like a house. You know.
And you actually moved to that location, have been living in the RV since the entry of the judgment of divorce, because your wife retained the home, your ex-wife, retained the home in the judgment of divorce, correct?
That's correct.
Do you plan to live in the RV forever?
No, there's two houses I'm looking at. There's a house across the road from my parents, used to be my grandma's. I'm waiting till that opens up. Hopefully it's pretty soon. Then I had my other grandfather. I lived about 30 minutes, lived in Jackson County. Hopefully that opens up. Oh, I got two possibilities, but I'm just whatever opens up, I'll take it.
Okay. And what do you do for work, Brian? What are your hours and where do you work?
Well, I work for Hardwood Solution. It's a wood mill. Right now I'm a maintenance guy there. I just got the position. And my hours is from 5:30 in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a 10-hour shift. Kind of makes it hard. That was during COVID, but I worked on third shift before that. It made it a whole lot easier working with kids.
So in terms of the time you were working on third shift before COVID, would you attend the children's appointments that they would have, whether they'd be at school, doctor, dentist, things along those lines?
Oh, on third shift, I attended everything. You know, doctors, dentists. You know, I took Lacey out on breakfast once a month for a late start at school. Went to Napoleon Cafe. She loved that. You know, or I picked up Wesley, you know, at school. Picked up at school, or Lacey too, because it was more flexible. You know, it was only 8 hours. You know, I did a whole lot more with the kids, but this 10 hours makes it a little harder.
How long have you been on first shift now, Brian?
I think 6 to 8 months.
And since you've been on first shift, has it forced you to unfortunately miss a couple of the children's appointments that occurred during the day?
Yeah, it makes it hard because Emily usually schedules them between 9 to 11 o'clock. You know, I have so many, vacation days I got, and missing work all the time makes it hard.
If you could estimate for me, Brian, how many appointments have you missed since you switched to first shift?
I think I missed about maybe 3 or 4. I feel bad about it. I wish I wish I never missed them.
Do you feel that prevents you from having a close relationship with the kids?
No, it's just something that's something I like doing with the kids. I want to be involved with them every possible thing I do, or what they do. It's like the therapy. When Wesley went to therapy, I slept in my car for 5 hours twice a week. I did it because I love my son. And
Brian, let me ask you a question about that, just so I think we're all clear. So when you were working third shift, you'd have to take Wesley to therapy during the day?
that's correct. It was Tuesday.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was Tuesdays and Thursdays. And the therapist came to the house on Mondays and Wednesdays, I think. But them 2 days, I slept in the car for 5 hours.
So
how many parents are gonna sleep in their car for 5 hours? Not too many.
So the therapy sessions that Wesley had were during the day. You'd take him and stay in the car, sleep in the car during his sessions, and then you'd bring him home after?
That's correct.
Okay. Are either of the children in therapy still right now?
No.
I believe there was prior testimony that Wesley goes to school and so does Lacey. Lacey, can you explain for the court where each of them go to school?
Wesley goes to Torrent up there in Jackson to the ISD. And Lacey goes to Grass Lake Community Schools.
And I believe your ex-wife's testimony was that the kids are doing pretty well in school and both schools are good schools. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. Anything you'd like to add about the kids' schooling that maybe your ex-wife didn't mention while she was testifying?
Well, Wesley, I think, has a primary teacher and 4 assistants. There's only like 6 kids in the whole class. I think that's impeccable. And plus, Wesley gets to he swims once a week, bowls, goes to gymnastics. I don't know how many places would do that. And Lacey, she's doing fabulous when she's been taking her medication. She's been doing great in math. She's been having a hard time with it, but she's fighting through it quite well and doing great in science and reading. A very excited young lady.
And did you hear the testimony from your ex-wife at the last hearing regarding her proposed parenting time schedule for you if she were to be allowed to move to Oklahoma with the children?
Yes.
And how do you feel about that? Do you feel it would be in the kids' best interest to do that?
I don't think it's the best interest of the kids. I would never get to see them, and that FaceTime wouldn't be comparable to being, the physical part, the hugging, kissing, and just being loved. She can't run, and she can't be with the cousins. She likes being with the cousins all the time. My parents go out there, they play with them too. My mom does. She walks with them, goes out in the garden. It's just, it wouldn't be the same.
You and Brian, I understand, but do you feel that that it would be in the children's best interest to go, at least for one stretch of the year, about 4 months without seeing you in person?
I think it would devastate Lacey, is what I think. She'd be talking about me. She don't know maybe she knows what's going on. Maybe she doesn't. I don't know, but it would hurt Wesley too. He doesn't maybe he understands, but I don't have a clue what he's thinking, but it'll be hurt. No.
You've already testified to the children's special needs that they have and their medical condition. Have you scheduled some type of a test at U of M for Wesley? And if so, can you explain what it is that you've scheduled for the court?
It's just a blood test it's for autistic people. It's just a study, but why would it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt because it helps the people who's autistic, discover more, more cures. But Emily thinks that's a bad idea, and it's going to traumatize them. I just don't.
So your ex-wife Emily does not support the additional testing you're seeking to have Wesley go through at U of M regarding his autism?
No, she does not like that.
Has she told you why?
Oh yeah, she scolded me quite a few times. She's texted me, and it's a bad idea. It's going to traumatize Wesley because when he gets a shot, he's going to throw a fit. I know it takes 3 people to hold him down, but that's her problem.
And Brian, you have indicated that Wesley can maybe be a little bit much to handle. How do you foresee air travel with Wesley? Would he be able to do that?
No, he can't do air travel. He spits. He projectiles the spit off the corner of his mouth. He'll get his 2 index fingers and just shoots it out. And he's very proficient on that.
Okay, and so do you think the only travel method then for purposes of getting the kids to and from Oklahoma would be by car?
That's correct.
And how long of a ride is it from the Tulsa area to the Jackson area?
Well, it's a 2-day drive. She only goes halfway, about 6 hours, and takes the other 6 hours.
Okay. I mean, do you feel that there could be some problems with travel by car in terms of weather and construction and other things?
Oh, yes. Ice. I remember going through ice quite a few times during the winter. And construction going through St. Louis or Illinois. Sometimes that's horrible. It takes forever. Yeah, the weather's a major concern.
And do you feel that it would be in the kids' best interests to make that trip here and back 6 to 8 times per year based on the schedule that your ex-wife had testified to at the prior hearing?
That's just hard on them. Being in a car for that long. Wesley doesn't eat for a day and a half after that long ride. And Lacey, she don't eat very much either after that long ride either. I get a little concerned, I'm like, what's going on? And I asked Emily about it. Oh, they've been snacking the whole entire trip. They don't get a good meal, or they don't, it concerns me half the time.
In terms of extended family in this area, in the Jackson area, Brian, who do you have around?
I have my mom, my dad, my sister Susie, I got my uncle Walt, who's a barber in Addison. I have all my aunts and uncles in a general area, and we keep in contact.
Are there any cousins that Wesley and Lacey have in this area?
Oh, Lacey likes Dayton and Aquina. They're like best friends. They do just about anything, and they get in her own little fantasy land, and they pretend a lot, and they make forts, and they do projects together. They do just about anything. They go swimming. They love it. And they're like little chickens, they cluck all the time.
Brian, you mentioned was it Dayton and Aquina?
Yep, Dayton and Aquina.
And who are those two people? Are they the kids' cousins?
Yeah, they're Susie's, my sister's kids.
Okay. All right. And how often do Lacey and Wesley get to see Dayton and Aquina, their cousins?
Quite often now. When the COVID started coming down, now almost every other day, almost every day. Before the COVID, it was probably like once or twice a week with a far distance. Now they see them quite often now.
Okay, so and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but during the pandemic, the time that they had together went down. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's right. That's correct.
Time that the kids are seeing their cousins now, is it similar to the amount of time they used to see their cousins before the pandemic hit?
They see them a lot before the pandemic, and it went down, and then it's going right back up again. So They always seen them.
And how often do your children see their aunts, uncles, your parents? Can you explain that for the court?
Oh, they see my parents quite a bit every weekend or every week when I have them. My sisters, same way. They see them almost every day, every time they're here. And Aquina and Dayton the same way. When I have them for a whole week, they're almost here every day. And my uncle Walt, I see him every Friday. We check up on him, see how he's doing, and every now and then I get Lacey to call the extended uncles too. Just check up on them. I do the same exact thing. I like to check up on people, see how everybody's doing.
And if the kids were to move to Oklahoma with their mother, do you think it would impact the children's ability to have that relationship with your extended family?
Considerably. It would go down so damn. It'd be inexistent.
Has Emily, your ex-wife, has she supported a relationship between the children and your extended family?
No.
Can you give some examples?
It was always my responsibility all the time. She would not get involved in it. I'm like, Brian, you need to get this done. Plus, I'm busy sometimes, but sometimes I forget. But I usually get to it. I make that the highest priority. They keep in contact with everybody.
And Brian, there was some testimony at the last hearing date that you did not assist financially with the kids or physically by taking them more time when your ex-wife needed you to do that. Can you explain your side of the story as it relates to those issues?
Well, the COVID part, she works at a public school and she has a wide variety of students, is always sick all the time. And I had a hard time because I have to go to work too. I would love to see my kids more then, but it made it hard because I always got a phone call from her because, oh, well, my kids got COVID. So now we're home for 2 weeks. You know, and then it made it hard because that was my week to have the kids, or weekend, have the kids. You know, it kind of made me sad. And sometimes I had to bite the bullet. I'm like, I want to see my kids.
So were there times you'd take work off to take the kids for your ex-wife?
Yes, I did. She called me up a few times, you know, or texted me. I'm like, I need some help. So, all right, I'll take a couple of days off of work. So it'll be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I did it. Sometimes I wouldn't have any vacations, but I would still do it. They would let me. And I would bend over backwards, but my hands are tied at work. I would take time off anytime I wanted, but that paycheck got smaller and smaller and smaller. And I didn't get the FMLA from work, but Emily did. If I had the FMLA, I would took off work as much as I could.
And tell me financially, Brian, were you able to assist your ex-wife with the additional, I think she had testified about some additional babysitter or childcare costs. Were you able to assist her financially more than you pay in child support? And if so, how?
Well, I did it 3 times and it started affecting my paycheck a little bit and my bills. And I gave her $200 each time. That's a little bit more right now for my child support. And plus I offered her to fix a few things and she basically told me, I don't need no help.
Okay. How would you explain your relationship currently with your ex-wife, Emily? Are you guys able to communicate okay regarding the children?
We have a rough time, but there's some days we have good times, but it's kind of rough.
Did she discuss with you the possibility of her moving to Oklahoma before she filed this motion to change the children's domicile to that state?
She mentioned it twice and I didn't give her, basically told her no. And she got upset with me a few times. And I don't know what to say after that. You know, when somebody gets upset, you know, you just got to walk away.
Brian, do you think that the children's quality of life would improve if they moved to Oklahoma? And if you can, base this on your own experience when you lived there, because I believe you lived there for a few years before you moved back to Michigan, correct?
That's correct.
So yeah, again, the question would be then to you is, do you feel that the children have the ability to improve their lives by moving there as compared to living here?
I don't think it would improve. I think it would get worse. No, what would you do? They wouldn't be doing anything what they're doing right here now in Michigan. Not even close. You know, all the stuff I do with them here, it's just, I think it impacts them more here than out there. You know, the only thing they'd be doing out there is going to the splash pad and lucky if they go to the park. You know, that'd be about it. You know, they wouldn't be doing anything out there.
Again, Your Honor, I've let a lot of stuff go as far as leading and everything else, but this is speculative. Obviously, I'll get into it in cross-examination, but this testimony here is speculation on what they would be doing if they moved to Oklahoma, unless he has personal knowledge of what's been checked out by mom and other issues.
I was of the impression that he was speaking about the conditions that existed when they previously lived there, but maybe you could flesh that out a little, Mr. Fallahy.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Mr. Dentel, Brian, again, I don't want to get too far into this because I don't think it's a huge point, but did you ever live in Oklahoma when you had the kids, or have you lived in Michigan the entire time that you've had the children?
We lived in Oklahoma.
For how long?
I want to say 6 years, I think. Yeah.
Well, okay. Sorry, maybe I was asked a confusing question there, but the kids, based on their ages that you testified to earlier today, you couldn't have lived in Oklahoma for 6 years and then now in Michigan for 6 years. So how long did you live in Oklahoma while you had the kids? So after the adoptions were complete?
Well, like 2009. Well, that was 5 years when we got Lacey, when we got married. Then 2013, we got Wesley. Yes.
So you moved to Michigan in 2015, I believe, was your testimony, right?
That's correct.
So you did live for a period of time, what, maybe a year or two in Oklahoma with the kids before you moved to Michigan, or how long? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
About 3 years with the kids.
Okay. All right. So you did have an opportunity to live there for a period of time while the kids were young and they were in your care, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, based on that time frame that you lived in Oklahoma with the kids and your familiarity with that state, do you feel that the kids would have the opportunities if they moved back to Oklahoma that they have currently in Michigan?
No.
And why?
I had to find things I had to do. You know, I did things with the kids. We went antiquing. We went to junkyards. We went to auto parts stores. You know, I let her help me fix my truck. I had to find things I had to do. It made it hard when you live on a farm your whole entire life. You know, you can go outside your back door and get your mind going. Oh, I'm going to fix this. But, you know, go home. I had a heck of a time trying to figure out what the heck I was going to do. But I got the kids, and that was the best thing I ever did. And then I started figuring out more things to do with the kids. You know, I loved showing them off. You know, the best thing I ever did when we got Lacey, and you know, I took her on a 3-mile walk in a baby Bourgeois, you know, and then she fell asleep. You know, I just had to figure out things to do. I never lived in a city my whole entire life. It made it hard, but I got through it.
And Brian, is your opposition to this motion that's been filed by your ex-wife, is it to secure a financial advantage in any way? Are you trying to minimize your child support? Can you give the judge some insight as to your motives as it relates to a financial perspective by your opposition to the motion?
The financial thing I'm not worried about. It's just my kids. I don't want them to move. I want to play with them until they get older. You know, I had a good job opportunity and I basically I denied it because I want to be with my kids. I had an awesome job down there in Arkansas. I denied it because we just got Lacey. You know, and then I had another job opportunity in Maine for General Dynamics. I basically denied it too. You know, financial things, it doesn't matter with me. I just want to be with my kids.
Brian, any domestic violence history between yourself and your ex-wife, Emily?
No.
Brian, from your employment, do you have the ability to financially care for the kids when they're with you in your care?
Yes, I do.
And for how many years has Lacey and Wesley been attending their current school where they're attending right now?
Lacey's been there for 5, ever since we moved. No, 4 years. And Wesley, I think about 4 years, I think, or 3.
Do you, Brian, have the physical ability to care for the kids when they're in your care and custody on your parenting time?
Yes, I do.
Do you personally have any mental health history or time frame where you were prescribed any medications for any mental health issues or problems?
No.
Do you feel that your ex-wife Emily facilitates a close relationship between the children and you?
He has a close relationship with the kids, but I don't know about me.
Well, sorry if I was, that might have been another confusing question. It's a Monday morning, Brian. I'm still trying to wake up here. Do you think that your ex-wife promotes a relationship between you and the kids, not between you and your ex-wife?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So she does. Do you think she does anything to kind of get in the way of your relationship with the children or not?
I don't think she tries to.
Good.
So, Mr. Dentel, I'm not sure what you meant by that last statement. You said, I don't think she tries to. Tries to what?
She likes to interfere on when I take the kids out to the park at night, she wants to interfere with that a little bit. Or it gets a little dark out. She doesn't want me to take the kids out there to the park when it's a little bit dark out. She wants to intervene in that part.
Sorry, Judge, did you have any more questions for Brian or?
No, not this moment. I would just needed clarification as to what he meant by that one.
Thank you. And Judge, I'll ask you, I think I had emailed to your staff before the last hearing, just 2 proposed exhibits. And I sent them to Mr. Kirkpatrick as well. Okay, I didn't know if you had those, Judge. I'd like to, Mr. Kirkpatrick, any objection to those, or do you want me to go ahead and lay the foundation and have those admitted separately?
No, I don't have any objection. I know they're photographs and I think a card that was handwritten by one of the children. I'm not objecting to the admission of those exhibits.
A and B are both admitted.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Judge. Brian, without getting too far into these, you had given me about 100 photos of you and the kids. I'm holding up 4 of them there. Can you see them?
Yes, I do.
And can you just explain, briefly what those photos depict?
One on the sleds there, I was pulling behind the tractor really slow, and they just loved it during the winter. They just couldn't get enough of it. And the one with a crazy hat on it with the kids on there, we were just on a tractor ride, a couple of weeks ago, and just having a grand old time, just having some goofy photos. And the cookie one, Lacey made her first sugar cookies that my grandma used to make. I did it with her. And the other photo, what was the other photo?
Pumpkin.
And the pumpkins, she likes sticking her hand in the pumpkins. She liked that gooey substance in the middle, Then we cooked the seeds inside and we ate them. Just fun stuff with the kids. Something I did with my grandfather, and I like to pass it on.
And based on the proposed parenting time schedule your ex-wife testified to at the last hearing, would you ever get to spend Halloween with your children again if they were to move to Oklahoma?
Probably not. Probably no.
Brian, the exhibit B appears to be a card of some sort that I'm assuming Lacey wrote to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are the circumstances behind that card, if you can explain that for the court?
I was just sitting in the trailer one day and I asked what she's doing, and she just started writing stuff down. I can't remember what I did, but she loved it, and it put a tear to my eye. Must have did something she loved to do. That was last summer.
And just to be clear, Brian, are you in agreement with the children moving to Oklahoma with their mother?
No.
Bear with me just for a second, Brian, please. All right, Brian, I don't have any further questions for you at this time.
Before we move on, does anybody need to take a short break? I'm good.
I'm good, Your Honor, and my cross-examination won't be too long. And then if the court would allow, once I'm done with what I believe the cross-examination, could I do a quick breakout room with my client just to make sure there's something else she doesn't want me to ask? Normally, if we're sitting next to each other, I'll have her notes, so I just want to confirm with her before I end with the witness.
No problem. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dentel, you would agree with me that both of you lived in Oklahoma when you first got married, correct?
That's correct.
I think your testimony was you lived there since from 2009 to about 2015. Is that correct?
I moved out there 2007. But yeah.
Okay. And both the children obviously were adopted when you were in Oklahoma, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that you wanted to move back to Michigan. You had a job offer and wanted to come back to Michigan for that employment, correct?
That's correct.
You discussed that with your then wife, Ms. Dentel, and she agreed to allow for the family to move back to Michigan, correct?
That's correct.
But initially, you guys were living in the state of Oklahoma. Is that fair? Obviously.
That's correct.
And you would agree that Ms. Dentel also has extended family in Oklahoma as well, correct?
Yes.
And she has her parents there, correct?
That's correct.
And other family members and friends there, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you would also agree with me that the minor children have a very close relationship with Ms. Dentel's parents, the maternal grandparents, correct?
Correct.
You talked about your parenting time with the minor children. You guys got divorced about 15 months ago. Does that sound about right?
That seems about right. Yep.
And so you're telling me over the last 15 months that you've been actively involved in going to all of the medical appointments and dental appointments?
I had to miss them because I had to go on the first shift. It kind of makes it hard because when Emily schedules them at 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock, kind of makes it hard. And I kind of use my vacation time to spend more time with them.
So you went on first shift, you said 6 or 8 months ago?
It was around March when the COVID hit pretty hard.
So you went on first shift March of last year?
Yeah, when it hit pretty hard. They laid me off. I think in March, and it's at the end of March.
Okay.
They
So
hired-
you went to first shift the end of March last year, 2020, correct?
Yes,
So you've been on first shift not 6 to 8 months. You've been on first shift for about 15 months. Does that sound about right? We're in June now.
yeah, that could be, yeah.
Okay,
could be
so
correct.
for the last 15 months, so pretty close to the date that the two of you got divorced, it's Miss Dentel that's been handling all the medical appointments, correct?
So yes, she has.
And all the counseling appointments, correct?
I didn't know anything about the counseling appointments.
Well, I'll strike that. You had testified that you slept in your car for 5 hours to take your son Wesley to counseling appointments. Remember testifying to that?
Yes, I do.
So that was during a time period where the two of you were still married?
They were still married, yes.
Okay, so that didn't happen since the entry of the judgment of divorce, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, since the entry of the judgment of divorce, you've not been involved in the medical appointments or dental appointments or other necessary appointments, correct?
But on third shift, I was involved in every possible medical and dental
Sir.
appointment.
Sir, my question is, since you've been on first shift, you have not been actively involved in any of the medical appointments, correct?
Okay, you're correct.
Thank you. When you had parenting time, you didn't strike that. You didn't exercise your parenting time pursuant to the order last summer, correct?
Oh, me and Emily agreed upon it. It'd be the best interest for every weekend.
Okay. Did you exercise your parenting time every weekend last summer?
Yes, I did.
You didn't miss any weekends throughout the entire summer.
No, I haven't. The only time I missed it when Emily went to Oklahoma.
Okay. Once summer was over, what's your parenting time schedule been like since the fall of 2020?
It went back to our regular time.
Which-
It was Monday, then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Then the next week would be Wednesdays. That would be it.
So you have one midweek visit a week, and 1 week it's Monday from after work. So we're talking, I think you said 5:30 to about 8, correct? Does that sound right?
That's correct.
And then you have every other weekend.
Yes.
Throughout, since March of last year, you have not assisted with any of the virtual schooling, correct?
No, I couldn't do it.
Miss Dentel asked you on more than one occasion to help her out with that, correct?
The virtual schooling is most impossible for me, especially
Sir,
working.
right, I get that, but sir, my question is, Miss Dentel had asked you on more than one occasion to help her out through this past school year, correct?
That's correct.
She needed help with watching the children, correct?
That's correct.
She needed help with virtual schooling, correct?
That's correct.
And neither you nor your family assisted her in that in any way, shape, or form, correct?
But she never asked my sister
Sure.
or my.
Okay, you never helped her, correct?
I didn't help her because
To
I was
your
on shift.
To your knowledge, your mom and dad never helped her as well, correct?
Because my mom and dad are older and my dad's a diabetic. It makes it hard.
Okay, so your parents are unable to assist with your children if you're unable to take work off, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, your sister never helped Miss Dentel with the children throughout this entire school year, correct?
But Emily never asked her. Never asked her.
Okay, and you know that for certain.
Why, yes,
Okay,
because she's always put it on me to ask her all the
well, did
time.
you? Right,
And-
okay. So Miss Dental asked you to ask your sister to help with these children, correct?
Yes.
And so when you asked your sister to do that, what was her response?
It was during the COVID.
So your sister couldn't help.
Well, Emily never asked her.
Sir, my question is, did you ever ask your sister to help out with your children?
Yes, I've always
Okay.
asked her, and she said she would never say no.
So what did she say when you asked her to help Emily? When Emily asked you to ask her, what was her response?
It was during the COVID, because every time they would stay home for 2 weeks, one of her students got COVID.
Regarding your parenting time with the children, there was a significant amount of parenting time that actually took place at Miss Dentel's home, correct?
When she asked me to come over, when she said she was tired, I would take some time off of work and I would go over there. I would spend time with the kids.
I'm talking about your scheduled parenting time.
Yes.
She opened her home to you on numerous occasions so you could exercise your parenting time over the past year. Is that correct?
Just a couple times. That's about it.
But when you've asked, she's allowed for that to happen, correct?
Yes, and I did it.
Okay. You are aware that she has family in Oklahoma that are able to assist her with schooling. You aware of that?
I'm aware of that, but did she ever tell you they're much older people and they got health problems too? Did she tell you that?
So your position is that her parents are not in a position to be able to help care for these children. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, because both of them had strokes, and Emily's mom.
Let me ask you this, sir. When's the last time you've seen them?
I see him in 3 years.
You haven't seen him in 3 years?
I see him in 3 years. Emily's dad had a stroke 3 years ago, and he's been having strokes all the time.
Okay.
And he used to play with Lacey all the time. Not anymore. Not as much. And
when is the last time you have seen her father? Physically seen?
I haven't seen him in 3 years.
Okay. So you haven't been able to personally gauge his medical condition, correct?
I can't gauge it.
Because you haven't seen him in 3 years, right?
I know he's in pretty bad health. I know that.
Sir, you've not seen him in 3 years, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Regarding the blood test that you were talking about, Your Honor, I'm going to get into this because this is probably something that we may have to address. And I don't know if Mr. Falley agrees with me, but since we're already here, it might be a good idea to address this issue as well instead of filing another motion regarding this testing. I don't know what Mr. Falley's position is. It's outside.
Go ahead.
So we talked.
I was under the impression from his direct examination that although he would like the blood test to be administered, Ms. Dentel does not. And if they don't agree, obviously that would have to come to the court. I'm assuming, unless Mr. Falley is intending to file a motion to that effect, do I need to address it other than to hear what her reasons are?
I agree. If they want to file the motion, they can file the motion. I'll move on and not ask questions regarding that. Your Honor, could I have a brief breakout room with Ms. Dentel? And then could we have a brief break? Because I've got to zoom into Judge Bates' court for like 5 minutes on a sentencing. And I can be back at 10:15 if the court would give us a 15-minute break after the breakout room.
No problem. All right, looks like everyone's here. Cheryl, you can put us back on. I guess, were you finished with your cross, Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Your Honor, after speaking to my client, I do have just a couple more quick questions.
Go ahead.
Mr. Dentel, you had testified a moment ago regarding the 5K run that you did with Lacey, correct?
That's correct.
And then you also talked about the Girl Scouts doing the box car and doing some cookie issues with little Girl Scouts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So those are the two, over the last year, those are the two main extracurricular activities that you did with them outside of hanging out at the farm, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, Mom's the one that signed Lacey up for that 5K run, correct?
That's correct.
Mom's the one that encouraged you to do the 5K run with Lacey, correct?
No, I wanted to do it with her at the very beginning.
But it's Mom who actually took the initiative to sign the two of you up in order to do it. You didn't sign it up, correct?
I know I didn't sign it up, but she did.
Regarding Girl Scouts, Mom's the one that also signed Lacey up for Girl Scouts, correct?
That's correct, but she did not tell me until like 4 months. What was it? 4 days later until Lacey told me. I'm like, she didn't even ask me. She didn't say anything.
Okay. So 4 days after she signs Lacey up for Girl Scouts, 4 days later, you find out about it.
That's correct. And I asked her, what's going on? I don't mind her doing it, but Emily, she just does stuff without even asking me.
And then she encouraged you to be actively involved with Girl Scouts, correct?
She didn't have to ask me. I did it.
Okay. But my question is, did she ask you to get involved with Girl Scouts?
She didn't ask me to get involved. I did it because I wanted to be with her all the time when she did it.
So you didn't want her to be signed up for Girl Scouts?
I never asked her that. But Emily never asked me, but I didn't care if she was in the Girl Scouts or not, but I want to be involved with my daughter.
Right. So, but for Emily signing your daughter up for Girl Scouts, the only real extracurricular activity you were engaged in your daughter would have been the 5K run, correct?
I did that, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Fallahy.
Just a few, Judge. Brian, regarding the 5K run, Mr. Kirkpatrick asked you if your ex-wife had signed up Lacey to do that run with you. Is there a reason that she signed you guys up instead of you signing the two of you up?
Number one, she don't like to ask me. She just does it. She's been doing that for years. She would volunteer me without even asking, but I would done it no matter what. But if she asked me, I would have had no problem.
Okay, and again, same question for Girl Scouts, and I think you already touched on this, but it sounds like Emily signed Lacey up without discussing that with you.
That's correct.
After you found out about it, you were as involved as you could be with the Girl Scouts, correct?
That's correct. I was there every possible chance I got.
Okay.
But she never ever asked me for my opinion for nothing.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for you. Okay, Brian?
Okay.
Any further presentation, Mr. Fallahy?
Yes, Judge. I'd like to call Susie Walsh next, please. I think
Oh,
she's
is
with
she
my
there?
client in the same home, Judge. My client's got to go get her.
No, Susie.
Earlier I saw someone logged in with a telephone number, but they disappeared.
I'm not sure, Judge. It might have been while I was in the breakout room, so I don't know if,
I didn't mention it to anyone. I'm the only one that would have known that, so I was assuming perhaps it was a witness, but by the time I got a chance to ask, whoever it was had disappeared.
okay.
Okay, ma'am, would you raise your right hand, please? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can put your hand down, state your full name, and then spell it, please.
Susanna K. Walsh, Susanna Kaywalch.
Go ahead, Mr. Fallahy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Susie, is it okay if I call you Susie while you testify today?
Sure.
Okay. And Susie, you are Brian Dentel's sister, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're familiar then with Lacey and Wesley, is that correct?
Yep, very familiar.
And how often do you see Lacey and Wesley?
Quite a lot. Most of the time when Brian has the kids, we try to stop over for an hour. Like if he has them during a weeknight, not always then, but like even 15 minutes for the kids to play, a lot of times an hour. When he has them on the weekends, we're over at least 1 or 2 days, I would say, in general. Even during the COVID, to play, they play outside, or we do scavenger hunts or crafts, or I have a whole list of things I could talk about them. They play Mama Fox. I'm Mama Fox. Lacey wants to play Baby Foxes, and her and Aquina and Dayton are foxes, Layla and Lola and Freddie Fox. And we go, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. That's all right. And you have children then too, right? Dayton and Aquina?
Yes.
And how old are they?
Aquina's 6.5, and Dayton just turned 11 yesterday.
Okay. Happy birthday to Dayton. And how would you explain the relationship between your children and Wesley and Lacey?
Very close. They love to be together. Aquina and Lacey, the other day, we're just talking about they'd like to live together when they get bigger. They can't wait to see each other. Lacey called the other day on the way coming home back from Oklahoma, and she was
Yes, I would
excited.
object to hearsay regarding what the kids are saying back and forth to each other. They
I
can't
was
be.
right there. I was right there.
Well,
It's not a question of whether you were there, ma'am.
Oh,
The
okay.
objection sustained.
Okay.
Judge, and I mean, for the record, I don't know that it was being offered for its truth, but I can go ahead and move on. So Susie, I know it's a little more difficult when we're on Zoom like this, but I think what you want to try to avoid when you're answering questions is what someone else had said to you, unless it's either Brian or Emily, okay? The parties to the case.
Okay, I understand, but whatever I just said, it was something that Lacey had said to me, or I was right. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you can be right there, but you just can't get too much into what other people say other than the parties to the proceeding, okay?
Okay, sorry.
All right. So how would you, and I think you're in the middle of answering this, but how would you describe the relationship between your children and Brian's children?
They love being with each other. They love playing with each other. They play pretend, dress up, dance. They play and play for, they'll play for hours together. They swim, play dolphins and mermaids, and they played in the snow, making snow forts and snowballs and snowmen, and they go for walks. And we've baked, well, they've baked things together, and gosh, I have they're excited to see each other every time they come over, and they just want to spend time with each other. When is Lacey going to be there? And Lacey is so excited to see them when we come over. and sad to see us leave when we go. Can you stay for dinner, or can you, oh, Susie, can't you stay or play, or just.
And have you had an opportunity to see Lacey and Wesley interact with their father?
Oh, yes, all the time. Brian's doing something with them all the time. They're outside most of the time, tapping trees, planting trees. Lacey wants him to twirl her around and flip her upside down, and holding hands. He chases Wesley around the yard, and he taught Lacey how to ride a bicycle. He helped build the fort. He takes them to the library. I've seen, because I watched Wesley while they went into the library, started taking him to the library a while ago. He loves being with his kids. He talks about that in farming pretty much. Those are his things that are important. And it's really all about spending time with his kids. He wants to teach his kids things. He's been teaching Lacey how to try to read a tape measure. And Wesley, he worked with him I've seen him do it, drink out of a glass. And he's very patient with Wesley. He wants to take his kids most places. And even like if Wesley doesn't want to get out of the water and he is making a scene, Brian he doesn't care. He just wants to go out there, and he's out there playing with Wesley and Lacey in the water for long periods of time. And then he'll go and push Wesley on the swings, or he'll swing right next to Wesley. He just spends a lot of time with them. And
so what you've described here today, it sounds like is a lot of the things that they do together. But how would you describe the emotional bond, if there is one, between Brian and the kids?
Oh, love. Lacey is so excited. I've seen her here with Brian, and she's just smiling and beaming, and oh, daddy, and she wants him to give her hugs, and they give each other hugs. They throw snowballs back and forth. They tease each other back and forth. He rocks with Wesley. He snuggles with both of them to watch movies. He loves his kids. That's his whole life is, just he wants to be with his kids and spend time with them and do things with them, teach them things. And the kids love being with him. I never see them unhappy. Occasionally Wesley doesn't like something, but just there's love that you can tell.
Yeah. And from the perspective of the relationship that Lacey and Wesley have with you and your children, how do you think move to Oklahoma by Lacey and Wesley, if the court allows them to do that, how would that impact the relationship that Lacey and Wesley currently have with you and their cousins?
Well, we wouldn't see them. Lacey plays pretend. She's all about adventure, and that's my kids. They do adventurous things. She does it with Brian too, but with my kids, she's not going to have an opportunity to do all of those kinds of things. Rock finding and just playing in fort. I'm sorry, what was the question again?
It's okay. I asked you what type of impact it would have on the cousin relationship if Lacey and Wesley were allowed to move with their mother to Oklahoma.
Oh, they would miss it. They would miss all of it. Even Wesley, Dayton plays with Wesley as much as he can. He loves to spray him with the sprinkler, and Wesley just smiles and is all excited and keeps running back to him. And Dayton will chase him around the yard, and Wesley looks behind him and, is just waiting to see if Dayton's chasing him, and they would miss it.
Has there been a time, Susie, where Emily Dentel has asked you to assist with babysitting or watching Lacey and Wesley?
No, she hasn't. Brian had asked a couple times. He said she would, could use some help and would like him to ask us during COVID. And I told him, I said, I'm so sorry. I would do it anytime. Anybody that knows me knows that I would help with anything. And I love the kids and I would help Emily. But I homeschool also, and I couldn't during COVID. You're not supposed to enter. It was the state telling you you're not supposed to be in other people's households. You're supposed to stay in your household. And my husband works at a college in Jackson, and you're also not supposed to. You have to report who you've been around if you've been in people around other households. And I have older parents, which we didn't even go into their house hardly. So I felt really badly about that, but I told him no, I wasn't able to. But any other time I would if she would ask me.
And since the COVID restrictions have been lifted here recently, if there was ever a time in the future where you were needed and you were able to do that, would you gladly watch the kids?
Absolutely. She just asked us when Brian was running with Lacey at the 5K race. She was originally supposed, like Brian said, that she was going to watch Wesley and Lacey. And then when we got there, she wanted to do something with traffic or something and wanted to know if me and my mom could watch Wesley. And right away we said, sure, we can watch him. And we watched him while she did the traffic and while they were running the race. So yes, anytime I would help if I could, and as well as my mom. We were both watching him then.
And if you may not know the answer to this, but do you know if your parents were able to watch Lacey or Wesley at all during the COVID period?
No, my parents, my dad is a diabetic. He's 75 years old. It's hard to get him to go to the doctor or to the hospital if he were to get sick. My mom is also in her 70s. If one of them were to get sick, who's going to take care of them? They didn't want to not do it also to not be able to watch the kids or to help, but it's safety. The whole state was telling you not to, you're not supposed to be going to see your grandkids. So I don't know what to say about that other than I'm sorry. I feel like a lot of people in the same position, we would have liked to have helped, but it wasn't safe to do it.
Since the COVID restrictions have been lifted, have you seen Lacey and Wesley now interacting again with your parents?
Yes, they've been inside. My mom interacted with them throughout the whole thing. She'd go outside and do things with them. When Brian would have them over. Yes, I have seen them interact. They go outside. They've gone on tractor rides and picked up rocks. Lacey likes to look for pretty rocks and fossils. She likes my dad's chili. My dad gets some snacks. He's done a little bit of math with Lacey. My mom goes outside. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're doing fine. And how would you describe Lacey and Wesley's relationship with your parents, their grandparents?
They like seeing them. She seems excited to come over and see them from what I've seen. She's excited to come in and get a cookie from grandpa or, to show grandma something. She made my mom some s'mores. And my mom really liked it. And so Lacey was really excited to make her another one. She asked for another one. And she reads to Lacey occasionally.
Would you call it kind of a standard or a good relationship between Lacey and Wesley and their grandparents?
Oh, yeah, a good relationship, I would say. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Susie. I don't have any further questions for you.
Questions, Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Just a couple. Is it Walsh? Am I saying that right? Walsh?
Yep, that's right.
Okay. I want to make sure I was saying it correct. So Brian did ask you a couple times throughout the last 15 months if you could help out Emily with the children.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you were unable to do that because of the pandemic and because you homeschool.
Yes.
But going forward, you're willing to help out with daycare throughout the day. Is that correct?
If I can, yes. I mean, I wouldn't, yes, yes.
But the problem is if you can, right?
If I can, well, that's the case with anybody, isn't it? I mean, if they can, I mean, if I'm able to, I certainly would. I mean,
Do
the
you have,
kids act without COVID, so it would seem like it would only be like an occasional thing. So if it was possible, yes, I certainly would.
okay. Do you have any idea how much Miss Dentel struggled this year, both with trying to find daycare and providing for her children? Were you made aware of any of that?
Brian said she needed some help. A lot of people are in that position. I feel really bad. I'm sure any single
My question
person.
is not people, Miss Walsh. I'm talking specifically Miss Dental. Were you made aware of how much she struggled this year caring for these children? Were you made aware of that by Brian or anyone else in your family?
Well, Brian said Emily could use some help. That's the only thing I was made aware of. Emily didn't ask for anything. I would help anyway. I would have picked up groceries. I'm just saying I would have tried to help do something if I could without actually physically watching them, which you weren't supposed to do during the pandemic.
When you observe the children with Dad, Brian, your brother, you would agree with me that that is on his weekend parenting time, correct?
Or the summer or during the week, just depending.
So
Like when
are we talking?
During weeknight or.
So we're talking the 3-hour block on Monday or the 3-hour block the following Wednesday. Is that what you're talking about during the week?
Yeah, or summer breaks when he has them or holidays. Yes,
So basically it's every other weekend though, right?
pretty much.
And were you made aware by Brian that he has not been involved in any of the medical or dental issues for the last 15 months?
He hasn't been able to because of work. And honestly, my husband, most parents don't go, both parents don't go to all the doctor's appointments. If I couldn't go, my husband, I would expect him to give me the information, if it's just a regular checkup. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't think any of the kids' appointments were anything other than routine. So in general, I would say that's the case most of the time is both parents don't attend the appointments.
Are your children,
but if you could.
are your
I'm
children special needs?
No, they're not.
Okay, they're not autistic, correct?
No, that's correct.
Not ADHD, correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Judge.
Any further proofs, Mr. Fallahy?
Judge, I would call Irving Dentel next. We're going to give this a shot. He's a little hard of hearing, Judge, so I'm going to be speaking up a bit. I think he'll be able to do it, but if we have too many problems on the Zoom format, we'll probably just have to bring it to an end. But I think he's also in the same location as Brian and Susie. Is that correct, Susie, right?
That's correct.
Can you go get Irving and bring him in next, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Your Honor, just so the court's aware, once Mr. Fallahy does rest, I would like to call my client back just briefly for rebuttal. It should not take long. There's just a few things that I think that she needs to address.
She gets set up to sit down and so. You good?
Good morning, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Hello?
Sir, can you hear me? Can you
Hello?
hear me?
You have to talk a little louder if you can.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear him.
I don't think this is going to work, Mr. Fallahy. I was yelling as it was.
Where's the?
Irving, can you hear me? This is Michael Fallahy.
Barely, I can hear you a little bit.
Okay, well, I'm trying to talk pretty close to my microphone. The judge just asked if you could hear him. Were you having problems hearing the judge?
I hear the judge.
Yeah, he was talking to you just a minute ago, and I didn't know if you could hear him or not.
So, Mr. Dentel, I moved the microphone closer. Did that help?
I can hear you right this second. Yes, I got this up to my ear.
All right. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please.
Okay.
You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
Please state your full name.
Irving H. Dentel.
Go ahead, Mr. Fallahy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Irving, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I got it right up to my ear.
Well,
Probably
good.
can't stay.
That's okay. I'll talk loud so you can hear me.
Okay.
Irving, you're familiar with Lacey and Wesley Dentel, is that correct?
That's correct. Grandchildren.
All right. And how often do you see Wesley and Lacey?
How often?
Yes.
Just every time that they're here with Brian. So like it's on a Monday and a Wednesday and every other weekend. And sometimes, some other times, whenever they work it out.
Okay. And Irving, currently Brian is living on your property, is that correct?
Well, actually, it's all three kids' property. It's basically in the family, yes. It's like a centennial farm, yes.
Okay. And have you seen Lacey and Wesley interact with Brian?
Do I see him interact with Brian?
Correct.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Lacey always likes to be with Brian, whatever they're doing, whether it's out in the garden or making maple syrup or planting trees or picking flowers, or he's got kind of a fort out there between the pine trees, and they do a lot together. Both of the kids are his number one priority. Wesley, he's a special needs child. Brian's doing the best he can. He used to take him to therapy before COVID hit. Once COVID hit, then we still see him, although it's not as easy as it used to be because COVID presented some problems because of our age and some of our underlying conditions.
Go ahead, Irving.
I know he's trying to potty training because he isn't potty trained yet. He likes to get on the tractor and simulate driving the tractor. They like to go on rides. He likes to do swing, and Brian pushed him around on the bicycle. He hasn't learned how to pedal yet, but eventually, hopefully, he will get there. He spends a lot of time with both of them whenever he's here. He's out there outdoors with them a lot. It's basically a learning process all the time.
And Irving, if you could describe for me the emotional connection or relationship that your son, Brian, has with the kids, could you do that for me?
Sure. He's their father. He's very involved. He loves them very much. He would do anything for them. No matter what it is, if they need something special, whether it's special ed or special therapy or whatever he needs, he would do it for him or get it for him if he can. Whenever he's available for him, and he'd like to see him more often. And I think they would like to see him more often as possible. But because he's not a teacher and don't get the summers off, it's, sometimes you're a little bit limited, and some of the times you can see all your children. He's well invested in their lives.
And Irving, if you could you describe your relationship with the children?
Okay, my relationship with the children is I try to, of course, if COVID there put a little bit limitation on it. Of course, it's going to be opening up a little bit more, but during the holidays, Christmas, we always got things for them. I know Lacey likes science, so we got a rock tumbler, and we've taken them on out in the fields, and they like to look at the trees, and they like to, especially Lacey, she likes fossils. We bought fossil books and rock books, and she's a very knowledgeable girl. Wesley, I like to say we could do a little bit more with him. We, mother and I, or my wife and I, we bought him a tablet 3 years ago. We keep trying to get it updated every Christmas for new programs and so forth. We realize it's a difficult situation with COVID and so forth. And actually, as far as COVID's concerned, like the ISDs, they've lost days of school. And I think the special needs kids have been hurt the worst because of COVID. And I'd hopefully that'll be taken care of. And I'm very much involved with them as much as I can. I do have some practice. I was a teacher for 25 years. I taught mathematics, physics, and chemistry. So as far as if they need to know any information on those subjects or other subjects, well-versed in history, I'm available. And I think reading is probably most important. We do buy books all the time.
Well, good. And Irving, how do you think a move by Lacey and Wesley to the state of Oklahoma with their mother would impact their relationship with you and the rest of the extended Dentel family?
Well, if they went to Oklahoma, we'd probably get very, very, very little chance to see them. Another thing, we just celebrated Father's Day, and I think Father's Day or Grandfather's Day, these are some of the most important people in a child's life. You can't leave the male part of the family out and still have an intact family that functions at its optimal. I think it'd be detrimental to their situation to be down there.
And why do you feel that way then, Irving?
Pardon?
When you just ended your statement there with you feel like it would be detrimental for the kids to be down in Oklahoma. Why do you feel that way?
Well, right now, as long as we live out in the country, they have a chance. They can do gardening. They can do anything outdoors they want. Sometimes in the city, well, what do? You give them a tablet or something, or give them a ball or a basketball game. I think, there's nothing wrong with the city, but I think the outside country is much better for kids. I grew up on a farm. My kids are all well, and they grew up on a farm and so forth. There's nothing like having a rural life to make you a better person.
Thank you, Irving. I don't have any further questions for you, but the judge or Mr. Kirkpatrick might have some questions, so don't pull your ear away from the speaker there, okay?
Sure enough.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Your Honor, I don't have any questions of Mr. Dentel.
And I have none either. Thank you, sir.
Up, sir.
We have no further questions for you.
No further questions? All
Correct.
done? That's it?
All done.
Well, thank you very much for your time. And happy Father's
Thank
Day
you.
to your father.
Thank you. Same to you.
Have a good one. You want Brian back?
Yes, please.
Brian? I'm right here.
All right. Judge, I don't think we have any further presentation. We would rest at this time.
Okay, Mr. Kirkpatrick, you wanted to present some rebuttal testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd call my client back, Ms. Dentel, just for a few questions in rebuttal.
Ms. Dentel, you understand that you're still under oath?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Kirkpatrick. I'm still yelling. I got in the habit, sorry.
Ms. Dentel, you heard Mr. Dentel testify a little while ago regarding the health of your parents. Your father.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have YouTube on or anything like that?
No, I think it was when the judge was moving the microphone back over.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Dentel testify earlier regarding the health of your mother and father?
Yes.
Specifically, he was testifying regarding your father.
Yes.
And he was talking about his concern for the health of your father and ability to care for the children.
Yes.
Did your father have a stroke?
He did.
How many strokes have he had?
Well, as far as we know, he's had one stroke. That was 3 years ago.
Okay. And so physically, how is he?
He needs a walker or a cane to move around. But aside from that, he's doing really good right now.
Cognitively, how is he?
Perfectly fine.
Did you just go back to Tulsa for a visit?
We did. We went for a week.
When was that?
We left the day after school got out, so the 11th of June, and we got back on Saturday.
And during the time that you were in Tulsa, did you have an opportunity to witness the minor children interacting with your father?
Yes. He went with us to the splash pad. He didn't get in, but he went with us to the splash pad. He's teaching Lacey to play, well, he's practicing, sorry. He's teaching her to play chess and checkers. He talks to Wesley, and Wesley will go up and give him a hug. He fixed Lacey a couple times. I mean, yeah.
He's teaching chess and checkers to the children?
Chinese checkers and chess, and regular checkers too, to Lacey. Wesley's not particularly interested in either of those at this time.
Any concerns that you would have regarding your father caring for your children if the move to Oklahoma was allowed?
I don't know that I would want both of the kids with him by himself, but Lacey would be great with him. Wesley, because he does get a little physical, it makes me nervous occasionally around anyone, well, even around myself sometimes, just because he gets so physical. But no, he does good with them.
Okay. Is your mother have any ailments that would stop her from being able to care for the children when you needed it?
No, not at this time. She's doing really good.
There was some other testimony regarding Mr. Dentel's concern about the driving back and forth to Tulsa. Do you recall him testifying to that?
I do.
How often do you drive back, as it is now, a year with the children to Tulsa?
Well, we've always gone back and forth 3 to 4 years. 3 to 4 times a year. No matter where we lived, we would go back and forth 3 to 4 times a year to visit family. So they already do that. Wesley has flown that a couple times. Currently with COVID, I don't want to take him on a plane because he doesn't tolerate a mask, but he did fine flying. They do great with the travel. Again, we go about 3 or 4 times a year, if in a typical year, to visit.
Were you doing that prior to your divorce to Mr. Dentel?
Yes.
So you would all travel, including Mr. Dentel, back and forth to Tulsa 4 times a year?
Yes.
So going back and forth to Tulsa 4 times a year would not be something new to the children?
No. Mm-mm. No. Oh, no. In fact, they really enjoy the fact that where we stay in the middle has a pool, and we all go in the pool for.
So you stay at the same hotel when you do the travel?
We
You
stay at the same hotel every time. It's in Effingham, Illinois. It's closer to Michigan than it is to Oklahoma, but it's close to halfway. But it's a familiar hotel. We get the same layout of a room every time. Wesley knows that we'll be swimming. Gets quite upset if we don't. The pool was closed one time, and so we couldn't swim, and that was not happy time. When we were coming back, it was the end of the longer leg, and I was really tired. So they both got to take a 30-minute bath and a shower, and that seemed to pacify everyone.
Okay.
But they know the room, they're comfortable there, and so we keep the same hotel every time.
Mr. Dentel also testified regarding his concern regarding any type of electronic communication, FaceTime, Zoom, things along those lines. Do you recall that?
I do.
To your knowledge, has your children ever FaceTimed or Zoomed with Mr. Dentel?
They have a few times. He wasn't willing to Zoom there for a long time. He said he didn't have the app. When we went at spring break, though, he did Zoom 3 or maybe, 3, maybe 4 times. I'm not sure.
And you facilitated that?
Yes. I got
Yeah.
Lacey a Gizmo watch so that she can text and call him anytime she wants to. I put Susie's number in it, my parents, and his number, so she can text or call whenever she wants to. I know she texted and called him a few times while we were in Oklahoma.
Mr. Dentel also
Okay.
testified.
Let me interrupt. What kind of watch is that?
It's called a Gizmo. It's like a smartwatch. It will do, I have an app and I can set up phone numbers and texting with 10 phone numbers that she can call. She can't call outside of those preset phone numbers. And so she can call or text whenever she wants to.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Ms. Dentel, you heard Mr. Dentel testify earlier concerning his concern regarding Wesley and the ability to do a Zoom or a FaceTime conversation. Do you recall that?
I do.
Have you ever observed Wesley to do a FaceTime or Portal or Zoom with any other family members?
He does best with Portal. That's how we stay in touch with my parents when we're not there. So it's hooked up to the television, so it's a bigger screen. He will come in and interact with them through the screen. He'll go up and touch the screen and look at the camera and stay in the room and listen to the conversation with that. That's the best way. I think personally, just because it's a bigger screen is why he does better with that. But he will participate with, Lacey calls them phone faces, with FaceTime on a Zoom or an iPhone with my mom. My mom prefers to do those more than my dad does. He likes the bigger screen, so he doesn't have to hold the phone. But yeah, he does a good job with that. So that's how he stayed connected with my parents since we've moved.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Questions, Mr. Fallahy?
No, I don't have any questions.
Any further rebuttal proofs, Mr. Kirkpatrick?
No, Your Honor, just a brief argument.
All right, I guess we are ready for arguments. Go ahead, Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Your Honor, as the court's well aware, the court looks at the factors whenever a change in domicile is requested. First and foremost, I think based on the testimony, and I think this is important, is to establish first whether there's a custodial environment with either parent. And I think clearly the custodial environment is with Ms. Dentel. Ms. Dentel is the one that provides for all of the needs of the children. Mr. Dentel does exercise his parenting time every other weekend. And he does have that Monday parenting time in the evening and then the following week to Wednesday. But I think based upon Mr. Dentel's own testimony, that he has not been involved with anything school, medical, dental, or otherwise since a minimum of March of last year. So we're talking 15 months since the parties are divorced, so about the time that the parties divorced. So the children clearly look to mom for that. And I believe the custodial environment is with mom. I don't think the proposed schedule that's been provided to the court is going to change the parenting time or custodial arrangement with the minor children. So therefore, I believe, and I'm asking the court to consider the appropriate burden of proof to be preponderance of the evidence and not clear and convincing evidence, as the custodial environment is not going to be disrupted by this move. Your Honor, these cases are tough. I understand that completely, and I feel for Mr. Dentel. I do. It's my client did not bring this case out of spite. She did not bring this request out of an attempt to frustrate Mr. Dentel's parenting time. She did it out of necessity for herself. Throughout this last 18 months, and I get our 15 months, and I get it, Your Honor, we have been in a pandemic, and I understand that, and I do agree that that does throw a wrench in certain things. But Ms. Dentel's had no help from Mr. Dentel for the last 15 months, other than Mr. Dentel exercising his weekend parenting time. Ms. Dentel has been the one to have to deal with daycare, pay for daycare. Mr. Dentel's testimony was he gave her $200 3 different occasions. Well, my client paid over $4,000 just in daycare alone as a result of having to care for the children. He was not actively involved in any of the virtual schooling, which was his own testimony, nor was he involved in any other issues. Regarding the family, there was no testimony. The sister said, I will help if I can. And she said that on more than one occasion, which concerns me, because it's one thing to come in and say, I will help, and here's what I'm going to do. It's another thing to say, I will help, but only if I can. And so that really doesn't solve the problem or the purpose behind one of the main reasons that Ms. Dentel is asking for this move. It shouldn't be up to her to ask Mr. Dentel's family if they can help out with these children. It should be Mr. Dentel that's asking the family on behalf of Ms. Dentel. These parties have been divorced. Court is aware that oftentimes in divorce cases, it's difficult for the other side to communicate effectively with the divorced extended family. This case also, Your Honor, is a little more unique than the average change of domicile. Specifically, these parties met and were married in Oklahoma. These children were adopted in Oklahoma. In 2015, Mr. Dentel says, hey, I got this great job. Let's move back to Michigan. He has the job for 3 weeks. He loses the job or quits the job, or I forget what his testimony is, and I don't want to mischaracterize it. But for all intents and purposes, the job was gone after 3 weeks of returning. Ms. Dentel was here trying to establish with this extended family, and then the parties filed for divorce, and now the family's not helping her. So the first prong, whether the prospective move has the capacity to improve the quality of life for both the custodial parent and the child, the children are very bonded to the maternal grandparents in Oklahoma. The maternal grandparents in Oklahoma have made it very clear that they will assist her regarding issues that she needs. She grew up in Tulsa, Oklahoma for the majority of her life. She's familiar with everything there. She has a job there. Now, yes, I will concede that her pay is comparable. So it's not like she's taking a job because she got this great promotion and her income's going to increase significantly. The cost of living is a little lower in Tulsa. She's looked into the different schools. I think the schools are comparable as well. So I'm not going to, the court heard the testimony regarding that. But specifically, Ms. Dentel will be in a much better position to actually have family available that are actually ready, willing, and able to help her and assist her with these children. That clearly didn't happen with Mr. Dentel's family. The court can judge the credibility of the witnesses, specifically his sister, and determine whether or not that was even offered or going to happen. So that is, in my opinion, it's going to continue where she's basically struggling. She has no one in Michigan. she made this decision to move to Michigan thinking that her marriage was going to work and all these things were going to be in place. That's just not the case. And now the extended family is not assisting her in any way, shape, or form or either. The second prong, Your Honor, whether the move is inspired by the custodial parent's desire to defeat or frustrate visitations by the non-custodial parent, and whether the custodial parent is likely to comply with the substitute visitation orders where he or she is no longer subject to the jurisdiction of the court state. The testimony has been clear that Ms. Dentel has done everything to facilitate a loving relationship between those children and dad. She signed the child up for the 5K. She signed the child up for Girl Scouts. There was some argument as far as whether she spoke with Mr. Dentel regarding that or not, but it's a program that Mr. Dentel was happy to be involved in. And so she did that. She facilitated parenting time at her home to allow Mr. Dentel to come back to the home to exercise parenting time with the children. She testified a minute ago that when they were on spring break, that she allowed for any and all time. The child, Lacey, now has I forgot the name of the phone, the Cosmo, or she's got the ability to communicate with dad anytime she wants to, unfettered by mom. So this, again, her request to do this is not to somehow take dad out of these children's lives. And again, it's a tough decision to make, but that's not the reason she's asking for this. The extent to which the non-custodial parent, who I think the financial advantage is a moot point. I don't think that anyone here is saying that dad is fighting this because somehow this is going to cost him more money. My client offered and has agreed to do all the transportation to not create a financial hardship to Mr. Dentel. She's agreed to drive back and forth with the children to ensure that they have the same trip that they've been doing for years. Even when the parties were married, they were traveling back and forth, at my client's testimony, at least 4 times. And then the degree to which the court is satisfied that there will be a realistic opportunity for visitations in lieu of the weekly pattern, which can provide an adequate basis for preserving and fostering the parental relationship with the non-custodial parent if the removal is allowed. And I understand, Your Honor, he's not going to be able to have his every other weekend if the court allows for this move. He's not going to be able to have that midweek visit for the 3 hours on a Monday and an every other Wednesday. And I know the court's going to struggle with that issue, but Ms. Dentel has provided and presented to the court an adequate resolution to that, giving him the majority of the summer, giving him the majority of the Christmas breaks. Now, she doesn't want to give up the complete Christmas break, because I think each parent should be entitled to have some Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, but with the exception of that, and give up every spring break. And then any other time as Mr. Dentel can travel to Oklahoma with at least some reasonable notice that he's coming, he could have any parenting time that he would like at that point. So I think that Ms. Dentel has provided the court with a reasonable parenting time schedule that still would allow for Mr. Dentel to continue the relationship he has with the children. That plus the portal, plus the phone, and plus any other requests that Mr. Dentel may have. So, Your Honor, I'm asking the court to find that it is in the children's best interest and the custodial parent's best interest for Ms. Dentel to be able to relocate to the state of Oklahoma for the reasons set forth, and I would ask the court order the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fallahy?
Thank you, Judge. As Mr. Kirkpatrick stated, this is anytime you have a change of domicile case, it presents a difficult decision, I think, for the court. I think sometimes we get lost as attorneys and judges in really looking closely at the established custodial environment as it's described. But I think, Judge, the decisions people make in their lives and specifically in their marriages are decisions that should be taken seriously and can have a big impact on their future. These parties decided to move from Oklahoma to Michigan 6 years ago. Basically, everything that these children know, given their current ages, is probably here in the state of Michigan. The established environment that these children are used to is here in Michigan. The ability for my client to see his children 5 portions of 5 days out of every 14 that's here in Michigan. It sounds like the schools here in Michigan are doing well for the children, and I think Ms. Dentel had testified to that at our prior hearing in May. There's extended family here in Michigan that you got to hear from today, and I think that's important. You got to see Irving Dentel, the paternal grandfather, testified today. Gives the court an idea of his relationship and his wife's relationship to some extent with the children, as well as my client's sister. There's close extended family here. You know, I try to step back, Judge, and for a second look at this from an unbiased perspective. And it sure seems like if you move the children to Oklahoma, essentially the children are in the same position they are there as they are here. It's just on mom's side in Oklahoma and dad's side in Michigan. The difference is dad's here. I mean, we're a day removed from Father's Day, and we have a situation, Your Honor, where my client would go from going at most 4 days without seeing his kids to a potential maximum of 4 months without seeing his kids. That is a huge difference. And if he was not involved in Girl Scouts and the run that he did with Lacey and being active with these children, then maybe the move to Oklahoma would be something that may better the children's lives or increase the quality of their lives. But I haven't heard any evidence here that would indicate to me that the quality of the children's life would improve by the move to Oklahoma. It sounds like the move to Oklahoma would probably improve the quality of Emily Dentel's life. She'd be closer to family. I understand that. But I haven't heard any testimony, Judge, as to the improvement of the children's lives. I was able to do a little bit of research, Judge, and I will quote the case of Grew, Grew versus Knox, Knox. That's 265 Mishap 333. It's a case from 2005. And the court in that case indicated, this Court of Appeals, while the trial court heard testimony concerning the benefits of relocation to the child, the court noted that the move primarily served to improve the plaintiff's life. The trial court recognized that the child might incidentally benefit from the plaintiff's pure contentment at being closer to her family, but that benefit did not outweigh the costs to be incurred by the disruption of the move and the necessary limitation of defendant's involvement in the child's life and activities. And that's exactly what we have here. So we have the Court of Appeals in a similar case, basically focusing in on MCL 722.314A and C. And Mr. Kirkpatrick went through those factors. I really don't think that Ms. Dentel has an improper motive in relocating. I don't think that's the case. So I don't think that subsection B, as in boy, of the statute applies. I think both parties testified that there's no domestic violence. So subsection E, as in Edward, doesn't apply. I think that my client, it sounds like Mr. Kirkpatrick agreed that he's not interested in securing some type of financial advantage. So I don't think subsection D, as in David, applies. I really think it's A and C. And if you look at those two sections of the statute, I don't think the evidence preponderates in favor of a move to Oklahoma and essentially removing these children from a situation where they can spend significant time with their father and with his family and with their cousins and be here in Michigan, which is everything they've known, everything they've been used to, and flip-flopping their lives to a new location where the only definite thing, Judge, that I know of right now is that it sounds like Ms. Dentel has been provided an offer of employment that had comparable pay. She has not accepted it. The children have not been accepted to their schools. There is nothing definite about a move to Oklahoma other than Ms. Dentel would probably accept her new position she's been offered and then just hope for the best. And from our perspective, the evidence does not support that type of move in any way. My client won't be able to do runs with his daughter other than during his 4 extended periods of parenting time that may occur during the year. He won't be able to go to her Girl Scout meetings. He won't if she's in band or does other extracurricular activities in the future. He can't attend games. He can't attend concerts. He can't attend those things. That would all be cut out of his life. And so it was a difficult decision, probably, and one that these parties thought about and discussed and ultimately agreed to move to Michigan. And for the court to grant a move back to Oklahoma over my client's objection really takes the impact of this party's decision to move to Michigan and minimizes it and opens the door to allow someone to just move willy-nilly where they want to, whenever they want to. Ms. Dentel needs to, in my opinion, buckle down and make it work here. This is where they decided to live. This is where they decided to have their family. And we would ask the court to deny the motion to change domicile, regardless of what the court finds the established custodial environment to be. And I'm circling back to where I started. I think, Judge, that an established custodial environment can be with both parents, even if the parenting time is limited. These children sound like they have a very, very, very close relationship with my client, and it will undoubtedly change if this court allows the children to move to Oklahoma with their mother. We ask the court to deny the motion and keep the custody and parenting time orders in place currently, and allow these parties to move forward the way that they have been over the last 15 months. As indicated by Mr. Kirkpatrick, COVID had a big impact on everyone's lives, Judge. And, I really don't think it should be used against my client that his family was unavailable for a period of time when our government here in the state of Michigan had indicated that parties aren't supposed to be happening and families mingling during that time frame. I mean, there were executive orders in place, whether you agree with them or not. And I don't even want to get into that discussion. They were orders nonetheless, and they were followed by my client and his family. Obviously, the relationship between the children and their cousins here is very close. The relationship between the children and their aunt and her husband sounded to be a close relationship. Same with my client's parents, the paternal grandparents. All of that would be negatively impacted. It's what the kids know. It's what they do. We'd ask the court to deny the motion. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kirkpatrick, we lost you for a brief time there. I'm not sure how long you were off.
It kicked me out well into Mr. Fallahy's closing, and I got back in early enough to hear his ending. So I have no issues with being momentarily removed. I don't know what happened. I think I just it froze up on me, so I had to re-sign back in again. I think Mr. sabotaged it.
Do you have anything more by way of argument, Mr. Kirkpatrick?
No, Your Honor.
So let me ask both of you, obviously an interview of Wesley isn't possible. Do either of you think it's necessary for me to interview Lacey?
Ms. Dentel, would you like the court to interview Lacey?
I don't have a problem with that. She's with Brian right now, and I'm not sure his connection is very stable, but I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
Well, one question is it crucial that I do so? We're not really asking for a change of custody here. We're asking for a change of residence. And yes, the best interest factors are implicated, but I don't know that it's necessary. Does she even know about the possibility that she could be going several months without seeing her father?
She does. She's the one who initiated the conversation about moving to Oklahoma.
Your Honor, so with that, we would ask that the court interview, if the court is inclined to do so, interview Lacey.
Is it possible for me to do that right now?
He's with
Brian?
Brian.
Brian, is
She's
Lacey,
She's outside right now.
Could you bring her in and put her in a place where nobody else can hear our conversation?
Yeah, I can do that. I'll go get her.
Let's do that.
Judge, as long as we've got a minute here, and I'll maybe update Mr. Dentel when he comes back. I don't personally have any objection to you interviewing Lacey, Your Honor, and it sounds like my client doesn't either, but I think for purposes of the record, I think the court might need to make a determination on the established custodial environment before it makes a decision on the to meet with the child. And I might be wrong here, but if we are not changing the established custodial environment, then while the best interest factors of MCL 722.23 are discussed in some of this case law, I don't know that the court necessarily even needs to get into the best interest factors. And if the court doesn't, then I don't know that there's technically a basis to interview the child. I'll just throw that out there for whatever weight you want to give it, Judge. But
Well, there's no question. Anytime I make a decision in a custody case, whether it's parenting time, whether it's custody, whether it's a change of residence, my primary concern is going to be the best interest of the children. And whenever I'm looking at the best interests of the children, it implicates the best interest factors. Now, I'm not aware of any case law that says I must address all of the best interest factors in anything other than a custody decision. There's some inconsistency as to whether I have to address every factor in a merely a change in parenting time. But I'm not aware of any legal authority that would say if there's no change in custody that I have to address every one of the best interest factors in a change of residence or frankly anything else. If I'm not changing custody, it's only when I'm changing custody or addressing a change in custody that I must consider every one of the best interest factors. So I can address the established custodial environment. I don't think this would change the established custodial environment. I think it's with mom. I think whether it's in Michigan or obviously it impacts that custodial environment when she uproots from Michigan to Oklahoma. But the focus is the parent and the environment with that parent, not so much the physical location. So I think the standard of proof here is preponderance of evidence. So if he manages to lasso his daughter, what I will do is stop the live stream. I'll kick all of you out. We'll go off the record. I'll talk to Lacey, and then I will bring everyone back in. Oh, we're back on the record. Okay, thank you. I did have a chance to visit with Lacey. She's a charming young lady.
Yes, she
I can
is.
see I can see why you both love her so much. and why both sets of grandparents would love to have her around more than not, being a grandparent myself. And I'm going to take just a moment to brag. Our eighth grandchild arrived Saturday, day before Father's Day. He was delivered in the back seat of my son's car on the Eisenhower Freeway in Chicago.
Oh my goodness.
So pretty exciting time. Luca is doing very well, as is his mother. But the thought of not being able to see my grandchildren, which frankly was the case throughout COVID for extended periods of time, obviously isn't something that's very appealing to me. But this is not about grandparents. This is about parents and children. So I've already indicated to the attorneys that I don't believe the change that's being requested would modify the established custodial environment. Therefore, the burden of proof for this motion is a preponderance of the evidence. The evidence that I'm required to look at in a request for a change of legal residence flows out of the D'Onofrio case, the prospective advantages of the move by improving the general quality of life for both the custodial parent and the children, the integrity of the custodial parent's motives for seeking the move, the integrity of the non-custodial parent's motives in resisting the move, and finally, if the move were allowed, whether there was a realistic opportunity for visitation in lieu of the existing schedule that would adequately preserve and foster the parental relationship with the non-custodial parent. I can say without hesitation that I have no reason whatsoever to challenge the integrity of either parent's motives in this action. It's clear to me the motives are pure. Mom, on the one hand, has just come through a very, very difficult year, living far away from her family and people that can provide her with support, and a desire to be closer to that family, and a desire to have more help as a single parent. There's nothing wrong with the mother's motivations. Similarly, though, there's nothing wrong with dad's motivation in resisting the move. I don't see that any motivation on his part has to do with a financial advantage, has to do with simply frustrating the mother's desire. I believe genuinely his motive is he loves his children and he does not want to lose this time with them. So the first factor, the prospective advantages of the move by improving the general quality of life for both the custodial parent and the children. I think the mother's general quality of life would definitely be improved, not financially. She's going to get a similar job if I were to approve this move. She's going to probably be reasonably close with cost of living. I mean, I wasn't provided with any cost of living data, but I believe mom's testimony is maybe the cost of living is a little better there, but clearly that's not a factor in the mother's decision. So yes, there are advantages to the mother, even though there aren't in terms of financial advantages. There's a huge advantage in terms of having extended family available to assist her And that translates to some financial advantage because of all that she was forced to spend last year as a result of the impact of COVID. So I do find that there are indeed prospective advantages for the mother that would improve her general quality of life. As to the children, it's not the same analysis. Both children are doing well in their respective schools. I don't have any information to suggest that the Oklahoma school environment is going to be any better than what they have here. Their needs are being met here. I guess the best I can say is it's a bit of an unknown for sure. I was impressed that the amount of attention that Wesley gets at the Lyle Torrance Center and the amount of hands-on help that he gets. I don't have any reason to think that something similar wouldn't be available in Oklahoma, but I don't have any information to suggest it would be better for him in Oklahoma or better for his sister in Oklahoma. There's certainly advantages to the children in being able to spend more time with the maternal relatives, but there's a disadvantage because they'll be able to spend less time with the paternal relatives. There frankly just isn't any evidence in my mind to show that the general quality of life for the children would improve based on those circumstances. It's very clear to me that they enjoy a very good, strong bond with their father, that they love him, that he loves them, and when he has them, he maximizes his time with them. He's very involved with them when they are there, and I believe not being able to spend this kind of time outdoors with their father and with his family certainly would have an adverse effect upon them. The remaining factor is whether there's a realistic opportunity for visitation that would adequately preserve and foster the parental relationship with the non-custodial parent. We can certainly make up lost time in bigger blocks, but what we cannot do is replace this weekly contact that takes place between dad and his children. I'm particularly concerned with Wesley that video calls with a nonverbal child would provide for minimal interaction. I think my impressions of Lacey are that she probably is pretty chatty and pleasant to engage in Zoom conversations with and would engage, but that simply does not replace the immediate physical contact, the hugs, the kisses, the 5K runs, the riding on the tractor, all the things that they love to do when they're at dad's house. Based upon, and I will say for the record, I did interview Lacey, and I've taken her comments into effect in making this decision. With respect to the best interest factors, frankly, these are both good parents. And the one thing I want to add is the past year was hard on everyone, and I'm sure it was especially hard on a single parent. But in a matter of a day, I think it's all going to be in the rearview mirror. I am very hopeful and very optimistic that moving forward, we are going to be returning to normal. I take their word that the paternal relatives are indeed willing and able to help now that the restrictions of COVID are disappearing. For all of these reasons, I was about to address the other best interest factors. I don't frankly see that any of the factors clearly provide me with any additional help in making this decision. I believe simply the D'Onofrio factors alone convince me that this move does not have the perspective of improving the general quality of life of the children. In fact, it will hurt them by having less contact with their father. And for all of these reasons, I am denying the motion to change residence. Mr. Fallahy, you'll submit an order to that effect?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge.